The Secret Mind of Octopuses, a journey into an alien intelligence. 2,000 meters beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean, in a place where sunlight has never penetrated, where pressure would crush a human body instantly, where the temperature hovers just above freezing, a mind is at work. Not a human mind, not even a mammalian mind. This is something entirely different. Something evolution crafted along a path that diverged from ours more than 500 million years ago. And yet, it thinks. It solves problems. It remembers. It learns. An octopus moves through the darkness. She is a giant Pacific octopus. Enter Octopus doflani, one of the largest and most intelligent of her kind. Her body stretches nearly 5 meters from arm tip to arm tip when fully extended. But right now, she is contracted, compressed, moving with deliberate grace across volcanic rock. 8 arms flow over the terrain like water-made flesh, each one probing, tasting, thinking. This is not a story about one octopus. It is a story about all octopuses, from the tiny pygmy octopus, no larger than a grape, to the giants of the deep Pacific. From the blue-ringed octopus with its deadly venom, to the mimic octopus that can impersonate 15 different species. There are over 300 species of octopus in Earth's oceans. Each one carries a secret. Each one possesses an intelligence that challenges everything we thought we knew about minds, about consciousness, about what it means to think. The giant Pacific octopus pauses on the rocky seafloor. In the absolute darkness of the deep ocean, she does not rely on vision to navigate her world. Though she has excellent eyes, large and remarkably similar to human eyes in their structure, they are not her primary means of sensing the environment. Her skin can see. Her arms can taste. Her entire body is a sensory organ, processing information that we cannot even imagine. Right now, she is hunting. One arm extends into a crevice in the volcanic rock. The arm moves independently, almost as if it has a mind of its own. And in a very real sense, it does. 2/3 of an octopus's 500 million neurons are not in its brain. They are distributed throughout its 8 arms. Each arm contains approximately 40 million neurons, roughly the same number found in a dog's entire brain. These neurons allow each arm to act with a degree of autonomy that is unique in the animal kingdom. The arm probing the crevice encounters something. The 2,000 suckers covering the octopus's arms are not just suction cups for gripping. They are sensory organs of extraordinary sophistication. Each sucker contains chemoreceptors that can taste whatever they touch. This arm is tasting the presence of a crab hiding in the rock. It can detect the chemical signature of the crab's shell, the molecules of its recent movements, even whether this crab is healthy or injured. The information flows from the arm's neurons to the central brain. But the arm does not wait for instructions. It makes its own decision. It wraps around the crab with precision, the suckers gripping the smooth shell, finding purchase, pulling the prey from its hiding place. The octopus's brain monitors the action, but does not micromanage. This is distributed intelligence in action, a network of minds working as one. The crab struggles, but it is already doomed. The octopus brings it to her mouth, located at the center of her body where all 8 arms meet. Her beak, hidden by soft tissue, is made of chitin, the same material that forms the crab's shell. It is the only hard part of her entire body. Everything else is soft, boneless, capable of squeezing through any opening larger than her beak. This octopus could fit through a hole the size of a lemon, despite her massive arm span. As she feeds, her skin begins to change. The transformation happens in milliseconds. What was mottled gray and brown suddenly shifts to a deeper red, then pulses with white, then settles back to blend perfectly with the surrounding rock. This is not conscious thought in the way humans think of consciousness. It is something more automatic, more fundamental. Her skin is thinking for itself. Beneath the surface of octopus skin are thousands upon thousands of specialized cells called chromatophores. Each one is a tiny sac filled with pigment, colored red, yellow, orange, brown, or black. Each chromatophore is surrounded by radial muscle fibers, controlled directly by neurons. When the muscles contract, stretch the pigment sac wide, making the color visible. When they relax, the sac shrinks to a point, and the color disappears. With approximately 230 chromatophores per square millimeter of skin, an octopus can create patterns of stunning complexity. But chromatophores are only the beginning. Beneath them lie iridophores, cells packed with reflective plates that create iridescent greens, blues, silvers, and golds. These plates can be adjusted to change the wavelength of reflected light. Deeper still are leucophores, which scatter light to create white tones and provide contrast. The three systems work together, layered like a biological television screen, capable of producing nearly any color, pattern, or texture. The octopus finishes her meal. The crab's shell is discarded outside her den, which she will return to shortly. Octopuses are meticulous housekeepers. They maintain a midden heap outside their dens, a pile of shells and bones from past meals. Marine biologists have learned to identify octopus dens by these telltale garbage piles. But the dens themselves are often invisible, hidden in crevices, under rocks, in spaces that seem far too small to contain the creature inside. She begins the journey back to her den, moving across the seafloor with that characteristic flowing motion. An octopus can move in several ways. It can walk on its arms across the bottom, each arm moving in a coordinated rhythm. It can swim by contracting its mantle and expelling water through its siphon, jet propelling backward. It can even crawl through tight spaces, its entire body elongating, squeezing, compressing. But right now, she walks, her arms creating a wave of motion over the rocks. As she moves, her skin continues to ripple with color changes. Some of these changes are camouflage, matching the texture and tone of the rocky bottom. But others may be something else. Scientists have observed octopuses changing colors while sleeping, their skin flickering through patterns that have no apparent connection to their surroundings. Some researchers have speculated that these sleeping octopuses might be dreaming, their skin displaying the images from those dreams. But we cannot know. The octopus mind remains, in many ways, alien to us. The giant Pacific octopus arrives at her den. It is a small cave between two large rocks, barely visible from the outside. She squeezes inside, her body compressing impossibly small. Once inside, she positions herself with her eyes near the entrance, watching the ocean beyond. She pulls a flat rock across the opening, partially blocking it. This is not instinct. This is tool use. She is modifying her environment to increase her safety. Octopuses are among the rare invertebrates that have been documented using tools in the wild. They have been observed carrying coconut shells and using them as portable armor. They have been seen stacking rocks to create walls. In laboratory settings, they have solved complex puzzles, opened child-proof bottles, and even learned to recognize individual humans. One famous octopus in New Zealand was reported to have repeatedly short-circuited the light above its tank by squirting water at it, plunging the room into darkness. But tool use is just one indicator of intelligence. What makes octopuses truly remarkable is their ability to learn, to remember, and to adapt their behavior based on experience. They possess both short-term and long-term memory. They can remember solutions to problems for months. They can learn by watching other octopuses, a form of social learning once thought to be limited to vertebrates. And they demonstrate individual personalities, with some octopuses being bold and exploratory, while others are cautious and shy. Inside her den, the giant Pacific octopus settles in for a period of rest. Octopuses do not sleep in the way mammals do. They enter periods of quiet alertness, with occasional bouts of what might be called active sleep, when their skin flickers through color changes and their eyes move beneath closed lids. During these periods, they are still aware of their surroundings, still able to respond instantly to threats. In the ocean, true sleep is a dangerous luxury. As she rests, her arms continue to move slightly, the suckers occasionally tasting the water, the rock, the debris on the floor of her den. Information continues to flow. Her nervous system never fully shuts down. This is what it means to be an octopus, a creature whose body and brain are not separate entities, but deeply integrated, where sensation and cognition happen everywhere at once. To understand how extraordinary this is, we must travel backward in time. More than 500 million years ago, in the warm, shallow seas of the Cambrian period, the ancestor of all octopuses diverged from the evolutionary line that would eventually lead to humans. That ancient creature was a simple mollusk, probably something like a slow-moving snail. From that humble beginning, two radically different paths of evolution emerged. One path led to us, to vertebrates with internal skeletons and centralized nervous systems, to mammals with large, complex brains housed in protective skulls, to primates and eventually humans, with our massive forebrains and our capacity for language, abstract thought, and self-awareness. The other path led to the cephalopods, to creatures that lost their protective shells and compensated with speed, flexibility, and intelligence. To animals that developed distributed nervous systems, skin that could see, arms that could think. This is convergent evolution at its most fascinating. Intelligence evolved twice on Earth, along completely different lines, resulting in two fundamentally different kinds of minds. The octopus brain is not like our brain. While we have a single, centralized brain with distinct regions for different functions, an octopus has multiple brain lobes. The largest is the vertical lobe, thought to be involved in learning and memory. But the real innovation is the distribution of neural processing throughout the arms. An octopus is, in a very real sense, a collective of semi-independent neural networks working in coordination. Consider what this means. When an octopus arm reaches into a crevice to search for food, it does not need to wait for the central brain to process every bit of sensory information and send back instructions. The arm's own neurons handle immediate decisions: where to move, what to grasp, when to retreat. Only important information, executive decisions, reaches the central brain. This allows for parallel processing on a scale that no vertebrate achieves. An octopus can simultaneously manage 8 different tasks with 8 different arms, each one operating with a degree of independence. But this creates a puzzle. How does an octopus maintain a unified sense of self when so much of its nervous system operates autonomously? Scientists are still working to understand this. It appears that the central brain acts as a coordinator, receiving simplified reports from the arms and sending high-level commands. But the details of execution are left to the arms themselves. It is a fundamentally different architecture of consciousness than anything we experience. The giant Pacific octopus stirs in her den. Night is falling above, though at this depth, the distinction between day and night is minimal. The ambient light at 2,000 meters is vanishingly small. Yet octopuses at shallower depths do respond to the day-night cycle. They are primarily nocturnal hunters, emerging from their dens as darkness falls above to prowl the reef. But this octopus is in the deep. Here, day and night mean little. Here, the challenges are different. Food is scarce. Prey is limited to whatever can survive in these extreme conditions. Competition from other predators is less intense simply because there are fewer predators. But survival still requires intelligence, adaptability, and patience. She emerges from her den, pushing the rock aside with one arm. Her skin immediately begins to change, matching the texture of the surrounding rock with remarkable precision. The transformation is not just in color. Small bumps called papillae rise from her skin, creating a rough, rocky texture. These papillae are controlled by muscles beneath the skin, allowing an octopus to change from smooth to spiky in less than a second. Combined with color changes, the effect is so convincing that divers often swim past octopuses without seeing them. This ability to change appearance is one of the most sophisticated camouflage systems in nature. What makes it even more remarkable is that octopuses appear to be colorblind. They have only one type of light receptor in their eyes, which means they see the world in shades of gray. And yet, they can match colors perfectly. How? Recent research has revealed that octopus skin itself can detect light. The same light-sensitive proteins, called opsins, that are found in their eyes are also present throughout their skin. This means an octopus can sense light and color with its entire body, without needing input from its eyes. The skin effectively sees. When light of a certain wavelength strikes the skin, it triggers a response in the chromatophores, causing them to adjust their colors accordingly. The octopus doesn't need to think about camouflage. Its skin does it automatically. But automatic does not mean simple. The nervous system controlling all those chromatophores, iridophores, leucophores, and papillae is extraordinarily complex. A recent study measured the metabolic cost of color change in octopuses and found it to be staggering. Rapid color changes consume energy at a rate nearly equal to the octopus's entire resting metabolism. Camouflage, in other words, is expensive. The fact that octopuses evolved such an energy-intensive system speaks to how critical it is for their survival. The giant Pacific octopus moves away from her den, flowing over the rocky bottom. She is searching for a specific target now, not just any prey. Octopuses are not mindless predators. They have preferences. They remember where they found good hunting in the past and return to those locations. They assess the risk and reward of different hunting strategies. They are, in every sense of the word, making decisions. An arm extends, probing a new crevice. Another arm explores a different direction. The suckers taste the water, detecting dissolved chemicals, identifying potential prey by their molecular signatures. This is a kind of underwater tasting of the air, a chemical sense more sophisticated than anything humans possess. Each sucker can independently detect and identify hundreds of different chemical compounds. One arm finds something interesting: a cluster of small fish sleeping in the shelter of a coral outcropping. The arm does not grab immediately. Instead, it explores carefully, gently, assessing the situation. The information flows to the central brain. A decision is made. The octopus approaches slowly, her body posture low, her movements deliberate. She is stalking. When she strikes, it is with startling speed. 8 arms spread wide, creating a web of flesh that engulfs the fish. The suckers grip with immense strength. Each sucker can exert force equivalent to several times its own area. Together, the 2,000 suckers on a giant Pacific octopus can hold with a combined force of over 100 kilograms. The fish struggle, but they are trapped. The octopus brings the fish to her mouth, her beak making short work of them. She does not need to use venom for these small fish. Many octopuses possess venomous saliva that can paralyze prey, and the blue-ringed octopus carries venom potent enough to kill a human in minutes. But for this giant Pacific octopus, mechanical force is sufficient. The fish are food, energy to fuel the constant work of living, of thinking, of maintaining that impossibly expensive camouflage system. After feeding, she moves to a different area, one she has not visited recently. This is strategic behavior. Octopuses do not exhaust the prey in one location before moving on. They rotate their hunting grounds, allowing prey populations to recover. Whether this is conscious conservation or simply instinctive avoidance of depleted areas is unclear. But the effect is the same: sustainable hunting practices that would make human fisheries managers envious. As she prowls the rocky terrain, she encounters another octopus. It is a male, somewhat smaller than her, his body displaying rapid color changes. Octopuses are generally solitary creatures. They do not form social groups or long-term pair bonds, but they do communicate, and they do mate. And right now, this male is signaling his interest. His skin flashes through a series of patterns: dark pulses, white stripes, a ripple of spots that race along his arms. These are not arbitrary. They are signals, a visual language conveyed through skin. The female responds with her own display. Her skin darkens, a warning. She is not ready to mate. Or perhaps she has already mated recently. Or perhaps this male simply does not meet her standards. The male approaches cautiously. Octopus mating is a delicate and potentially dangerous affair. Females are often larger than males and perfectly capable of eating them if they become annoyed. Male octopuses have evolved a specialized arm called the hectocotylus, which is used to transfer packets of sperm called spermatophores to the female. In some species, this arm detaches entirely and swims independently to the female, a bizarre but effective strategy for a male who wants to mate without getting too close. But this female is not receptive. She spreads her arms wide in an aggressive display, her skin flushing dark red. The message is clear: leave. The male, wisely, retreats. He will try again with another female, or perhaps with this same female at a later time. Octopus mating is a matter of timing, location, and individual compatibility. There is more going on here than simple biological urges. The female continues her patrol. She is 5 years old now, nearing the end of her natural lifespan. Giant Pacific octopuses typically live 3 to 5 years, an extraordinarily short time for a creature of such size and intelligence. This truncated lifespan is one of the great mysteries of octopus biology. Why do such intelligent creatures live so briefly? The answer may lie in their reproductive strategy. Octopuses are semiparous, meaning they reproduce once and then die. After mating, a female octopus will lay tens of thousands of eggs in her den. She will guard these eggs constantly for 5 to 7 months, never leaving, never eating. She cleans each egg individually with her suckers, aerates them with jets of water from her siphon, protects them from predators. By the time the eggs hatch, she will be emaciated, weak, dying. She will often die within days of her young emerging into the world. This reproductive strategy, called semiparity, is rare among large, intelligent animals. Most intelligent species, from elephants to dolphins to great apes, have long lifespans and multiple reproductive events. They invest in individual offspring, teaching them, protecting them, passing on learned behaviors. But octopuses do not teach their young. They never meet them. Every octopus hatches alone, fully formed, and must learn everything it knows from scratch. And yet octopuses are intelligent. They solve problems. They learn. They remember. They do all of this without the benefit of parental teaching or social learning from a group. Their intelligence is individualistic, developed anew in each generation. It is a testament to how powerfully natural selection can shape cognition. Intelligence, it seems, arises wherever it provides a survival advantage, regardless of lifespan or social structure. The female octopus finds a cluster of rocks that forms a natural shelter. She squeezes beneath them, her body flattening, elongating. She is completely boneless except for her beak. Her body is essentially a muscular bag filled with organs, infinitely flexible. She can flatten herself to half an inch thick if needed. She can extend her arms to 4 times their resting length. She is, physically, one of the most adaptable creatures in the ocean. Beneath the rocks, she rests again. Her arms curl inward, the suckers creating negative pressure, pulling her body tight against the rock surface. Her skin shifts to match the dark stone. Within seconds, she is invisible. A diver could swim past, shining a light directly at her, and see only rock. This is survival through invisibility, perfected over millions of years. As she rests, her skin begins to flicker again with those mysterious color changes that scientists have recorded in sleeping octopuses. Dark waves ripple across her mantle. Her arms pulse with bars of light and shadow. What is happening in her brain during these moments? Is she dreaming? Do octopuses dream? The question is impossible to answer definitively. We cannot ask an octopus what it experiences. We cannot know if it has internal experiences at all in the way we understand consciousness. But the evidence suggests something is happening. The color changes during sleep are complex and patterned, not random. They seem to correspond to patterns octopuses display while awake during specific behaviors. One octopus filmed sleeping cycled through colors associated with hunting, then hiding, then hunting again, as if replaying the events of her day. If octopuses do dream, what would those dreams be like? Dreams of hunting in the dark? Dreams of flowing over rocks with 8 thinking arms? Dreams in colors they cannot consciously see? We cannot know. But the mystery itself is tantalizing. It suggests a richness of inner life that we are only beginning to suspect. The female octopus emerges from her shelter as her rest period ends. Time to hunt again. Time to patrol her territory. Time to continue the endless work of survival. She moves through the water with that characteristic grace, arms rippling, body pulsing. She is 300 million years of evolution in motion. She is an alien intelligence sharing our planet. In shallower waters, thousands of meters above where the giant Pacific octopus hunts, different drama unfolds. A common octopus, Octopus vulgaris, much smaller than her deep-sea cousin, prowls a coral reef in the Mediterranean. It is late afternoon, and the sun's light still penetrates these shallow waters, creating shifting patterns on the sand below. This octopus is just beginning her evening hunt. She is barely 2 meters across, with a mantle no larger than a fist, but she is no less intelligent than the giant Pacific octopus. Size does not determine cognitive ability in octopuses. Some of the smallest species are among the most behaviorally complex. This common octopus has learned, over the course of her life, every crevice, every coral head, every hunting ground within her home range. She knows where the lobsters hide during the day. She knows which fish sleep in which locations. She has, in her brain, a detailed map of her world. She approaches a coral outcropping slowly. Her skin has already shifted to match the sand she crosses, light tan with darker mottling. As she reaches the coral, her color changes instantly to the oranges and browns of the coral itself. Her texture changes too, papillae rising to mimic the bumpy surface of the coral. She becomes part of the reef. Small fish swim past, inches from her arms, completely unaware of her presence. She waits. Patience is a hallmark of octopus hunting. They are ambush predators as much as active hunters. This octopus knows that at a certain time each evening, a particular grouper returns to this coral head to rest. She has observed this pattern over many days. She has learned it, and now she uses that knowledge. The grouper appears on schedule, a large fish easily 3 times the octopus's weight. It approaches the coral without caution, unaware of the danger. The octopus explodes into motion. 8 arms spread wide, enveloping the fish. The suckers grip scales, fins, gills. The fish thrashes violently, its superior strength seeming like it should allow escape. But the octopus holds fast, her suckers creating hundreds of individual points of grip, and she brings her venomous beak to bear. A single bite, injecting paralytic toxins into the fish's flesh. The grouper's struggles slow. Within 30 seconds, it is paralyzed. Within 2 minutes, it is dead. The octopus has killed prey far larger than herself through a combination of tactical intelligence, physical adaptation, and chemical warfare. This is not the apex predator of the reef. Sharks, barracuda, and larger fish could easily kill her, but she is, nevertheless, a formidable hunter. She cannot eat the entire grouper. She will take what she can and leave the rest. Her beak, though powerful, is small. She must tear off manageable pieces and pass them through her esophagus, which runs through the center of her brain. Yes, an octopus's esophagus goes through its brain. This unusual anatomy means an octopus must tear its food into small pieces. Swallowing something too large could damage the brain itself. As she feeds, a shadow passes overhead. A predator. The octopus reacts instantly, abandoning her meal. She jets backward, expelling water forcefully through her siphon, propelling herself away from the coral. As she moves, her skin erupts in a dark cloud. Ink. The octopus's ink is not just a smokescreen. It contains compounds that dull the sense of smell and taste of predators, making it harder for them to track her. The cloud hangs in the water, roughly the size and shape of an octopus. It is a decoy. The predator, a reef shark, investigates the ink cloud. By the time it realizes the deception, the octopus has vanished into a crevice in the reef. She has compressed her body to fit into a space no larger than a tennis ball. Inside, she is invisible, her skin perfectly matching the interior of the rocky crevice. The shark circles, searching, but finds nothing. Eventually, it moves on. The octopus has survived through intelligence and adaptation. She waits in her crevice for several minutes, ensuring the danger has passed. Then, she emerges cautiously, her large eyes scanning the water. Octopus eyes are remarkably sophisticated. They have a camera-type eye, similar in structure to vertebrate eyes, despite having evolved completely independently. The similarity is so striking that it is a classic example of convergent evolution. Both vertebrates and cephalopods arrived at the same solution, a lens focusing light onto a retina via completely different evolutionary paths. But there are differences. Octopus eyes have no blind spot. Their retinas are constructed differently than ours, with the photoreceptor cells facing the light rather than facing away from it. This means there is no need for nerves to pass through the retina, creating no blind spot. In this respect, octopus eyes are actually superior in design to human eyes. Evolution, working independently, found a better solution. The common octopus returns to the remains of her grouper meal, now satisfied that the shark is gone. She resumes feeding, tearing off pieces of flesh with her beak, passing them carefully through her brain-threaded esophagus. Around her, the reef continues its twilight transformation. Diurnal fish are settling in to sleep. Nocturnal creatures are emerging. The octopus is part of this shift. She is a creature of dawn and dusk, most active during the transitions between day and night. After finishing her meal, she begins to move across the reef with apparent purpose. She is heading somewhere specific. This is not aimless wandering. Studies using tracking devices have shown that octopuses make direct movements between locations, suggesting they possess spatial memory and can navigate using internal maps. This octopus knows where she is going. She is returning to her den. Her den is located in a jumble of rocks at the base of a large coral formation. The entrance is small, nearly invisible. She has lined it with rocks and shells, creating a fortified entrance that she can seal from inside. As she approaches, she picks up a flat rock with her arms, carrying it with her. This is tool use in action. She will use this rock to block her entrance once inside, creating an extra layer of security. Inside the den, she arranges herself comfortably. The space is small but adequate. She pulls the rock across the entrance with two arms, leaving just enough gap to allow water flow and visual monitoring of the outside. Then she settles, her arms tucked close, her skin shifting to match the dark interior. She will rest here until the next hunting period begins. But rest for an octopus is never complete unconsciousness. She remains alert, aware, ready to respond to any threat. As she rests, her skin begins those fascinating color changes again. Waves of color pulse across her body. Patterns appear and fade. Scientists have recorded these events in laboratory octopuses using video cameras. One study documented an octopus named Heidi displaying a rapid sequence of color changes while sleeping, cycling through patterns associated with different behaviors: hunting patterns, hiding patterns, aggressive displays. The researchers speculated she might be dreaming about her day's activities. But what would it mean for an octopus to dream? Human dreams are thought to play roles in memory consolidation, emotional processing, and problem solving. Could octopus dreams serve similar functions? The vertical lobe of the octopus brain, the region associated with learning and memory, shows activity during these sleeping color changes. This suggests that something more than random nerve firing is occurring. The octopus brain might be processing the day's experiences, consolidating memories, preparing for tomorrow. Or perhaps it is something entirely different. Same crevice, and using a technique involving multiple arms coordinating to flip the rock covering the entrance, successfully captures the crab. Did the younger octopus learn something from watching? In laboratory studies, octopuses have been shown to improve their performance on tasks after watching another octopus solve the same problem. This ability to learn from observation requires several cognitive capacities: the ability to recognize another individual as similar to oneself, the ability to attend to that individual's behavior, the ability to remember what was observed, and the ability to translate that observation into one's own action. These are sophisticated cognitive abilities. The fact that octopuses possess them despite their solitary lifestyle is remarkable. The older octopus continues her hunt. She has particular prey she favors: certain species of crab, certain fish, certain mollusks. Different individual octopuses develop different preferences. This suggests something beyond mere instinct. These are individual choices based on experience. Some octopuses become specialists, focusing on one type of prey. Others are generalists, taking whatever is available. These individual differences in behavior are markers of personality, of individuality. Researchers studying octopus personality have identified several consistent traits. Some octopuses are bold, quick to investigate novel objects and situations. Others are shy, cautious, slow to approach anything new. Some are aggressive, quick to display threat behaviors. Others are calm, rarely showing aggression. These personality differences are stable over time and affect how individual octopuses respond to challenges. Bold octopuses are faster problem solvers, but take more risks. Shy octopuses are slower but more cautious, less likely to make fatal mistakes. The existence of personality in octopuses raises profound questions. Personality is often thought to require a sophisticated sense of self, an internal model of one's own traits and tendencies. Does an octopus have self-awareness? This is one of the hardest questions in animal cognition to answer. Traditional tests of self-awareness, such as the mirror test, have failed with octopuses. But the mirror test was designed for visual, social mammals. It may not be appropriate for a creature like an octopus. Some researchers have proposed alternative tests. If an octopus can recognize that its arm is its own arm, rather than another creature's arm, that suggests a form of self-awareness. And octopuses do seem to have this ability. When an octopus's arm is touched by another octopus, it responds differently than when touched by its own arm. This implies it can distinguish self from other, at least at a basic level. Whether this constitutes full self-awareness is debatable, but it suggests the octopus has some internal model of its own body. The older octopus finds a productive hunting ground, an area of sandy bottom dotted with rocks. She knows from experience that this is where flatfish bury themselves during the day. She begins to hunt systematically, probing each potential hiding spot. One arm extends into the sand, the suckers tasting, searching. The arm finds something, a buried flounder. The flounder erupts from the sand in a cloud of sediment, trying to escape, but the octopus is ready. All 8 arms spread in a coordinated net, and the flounder is caught. As she feeds on the flounder, a boat passes overhead. The sound of the motor penetrates the water, a foreign intrusion into the natural soundscape of the reef. The octopus pauses, alert. She is familiar with boats. She has encountered them many times. She has learned that boats themselves are not direct threats, but sometimes boats bring divers, and divers are dangerous. This ability to learn about human activity, to adjust behavior based on experience with humans, is another indicator of cognitive flexibility. The boat continues on, its sound fading. The octopus resumes feeding. Around her, the reef is fully in its nighttime state. Bioluminescent organisms begin to glow. Nocturnal predators emerge from their daytime hiding places. The octopus is one of these night hunters, but she is not the only one. She must remain vigilant, always aware that while she hunts, she is also being hunted. A moray eel slides from a crevice in the coral. Moray eels are one of the few predators that actively hunt octopuses. They can follow an octopus into tight crevices where other predators cannot go. Their sense of smell is excellent, making them difficult to evade with ink. This octopus sees the eel immediately. Her skin flashes through a rapid sequence of changes: dark, light, dark again. This is a startle display meant to confuse and intimidate. But the eel is not intimidated. It begins to approach. The octopus jets away, using her siphon to propel herself backward rapidly. She heads for a rocky area, seeking shelter. The eel follows, but octopuses are faster over short distances. She reaches a cluster of rocks and squeezes into a crevice barely wide enough for her mantle. But the eel can fit too. It begins to probe the crevice with its head. The octopus is trapped. She does something unexpected. She begins to push rocks from inside the crevice, using her arms to manipulate them, placing them to narrow the entrance. She is building a wall, creating a barrier between herself and the eel. The eel tries to push through, but the rocks hold. The octopus continues to reinforce her barrier, wedging more rocks into place. This is tool use at its most sophisticated. Not just using objects, but manipulating them to construct a defensive structure. The eel eventually gives up and leaves. The octopus waits several minutes, ensuring the danger has truly passed, then carefully dismantles her rock wall and emerges. She has survived through intelligence, through the ability to use her environment creatively. This kind of behavioral flexibility is the hallmark of advanced cognition. It requires the ability to assess a situation, generate possible solutions, and implement a strategy. All of this without the benefit of millions of years of instinctive programming for this specific scenario. This is problem solving in real time. The octopus returns to hunting, but she is more cautious now. The encounter with the eel has heightened her awareness of danger. She stays closer to shelter, moving from rock to rock rather than crossing open sand. She is adapting her behavior based on current risk assessment. This flexibility, this ability to adjust strategies based on circumstances, is what allows octopuses to thrive in environments ranging from coral reefs to kelp forests to the deep ocean floor. As the night progresses, the octopus eventually returns to her den. She has had a successful hunt. She has evaded predators. She has survived another day in a dangerous world. Tomorrow, she will do it all again. And in doing so, she will continue to learn, to remember, to adapt. She is a mind unlike any other on Earth, thinking thoughts we cannot imagine, experiencing a world we cannot fully comprehend. In waters even shallower than the Mediterranean reef, in a rocky coastline off the coast of Australia, another species of octopus demonstrates behaviors that have captivated scientists and the public alike. This is a day octopus, Octopus cyanea, and it is engaged in something remarkable. It is using a tool. The day octopus is carrying 2 halves of a coconut shell. She found them on the sea floor, discarded by humans who had eaten the coconut's contents and thrown the shell into the water. She picked up both halves, one in each set of arms, and is now walking across the sand, carrying them. This awkward, stilt-like walk, with several arms devoted to carrying the shells and only a few available for locomotion, is slow and energy-intensive. But the octopus persists. When a potential predator appears, a large fish interested in this unusual sight, the octopus stops. She brings the 2 halves of the coconut shell together around herself, creating a sphere with her body inside. She is now protected, hidden within a portable shelter she has constructed. The fish investigates, pecking at the shell, but cannot reach the octopus inside. Eventually, the fish loses interest and swims away. The octopus emerges, picks up her coconut shell halves again, and continues her journey. This behavior, documented by scientists and filmed for nature documentaries, represents sophisticated tool use. The octopus is not using the coconut shell immediately. She is carrying it, expending energy for future benefit. This requires planning, the ability to anticipate future needs and prepare for them. It is a cognitive ability once thought to be unique to primates. But here is an invertebrate, an animal whose last common ancestor with primates lived over 500 million years ago, demonstrating the same capacity. The day octopus reaches her destination, a rocky area with numerous crevices. She positions the coconut shell halves at the entrance of a crevice, creating an extended, fortified den. She will live here for several days, using the coconut shells as both shelter and defensive barrier. When she eventually leaves, she will take the shells with her. They are her portable home, her adaptive technology. Other octopuses have been observed using different objects as tools. Some carry shells or stones to use as shields. Some stack rocks to build walls around their dens. Some have even been observed using jellyfish tentacles as weapons, holding the stinging tentacles in their arms and wielding them against predators. Each of these behaviors requires object recognition, understanding of object properties, and goal-directed use of objects. These are the hallmarks of tool use. But tool use is just one aspect of octopus intelligence. Perhaps even more impressive is their ability to learn and remember complex tasks. In laboratory settings, octopuses have been trained to perform remarkably sophisticated behaviors. They can learn to open jars with screw-top lids. They can navigate mazes. They can solve puzzle boxes. They can even learn to recognize individual human faces and respond differently to different people. One famous study involved teaching octopuses to attack a square symbol while ignoring a circular symbol. The octopuses learned this discrimination quickly, but then the researchers reversed the reward. Now the circle was correct and the square was incorrect. The octopuses had to unlearn their previous association and learn a new one. This is called reversal learning, and it tests cognitive flexibility. The octopuses succeeded, though it took them longer to learn the reversal than the initial task. This pattern, where reversal is harder than initial learning, is seen in many intelligent species, including primates. Another study tested octopus memory using a novel object recognition task. An octopus was shown two identical objects and allowed to explore them. The next day, one of the objects was replaced with a new, different object. Octopuses consistently spent more time investigating the new object, demonstrating that they remembered the old one and recognized it as familiar. This shows that octopuses possess long-term memory that can last at least 24 hours. In fact, some studies suggest octopus memories can last weeks or even months. The day octopus in her coconut shell den settles in for a rest. She has had an active morning, and now, as the midday heat penetrates the shallow water, she will be less active. Day. Octopuses are unusual among octopuses in being active during daylight hours. Most octopus species are nocturnal or crepuscular, but day octopuses hunt primarily in bright light, relying on their superior camouflage and speed to avoid predators. As she rests, a remarkable event unfolds. Another octopus approaches her den. This is a male day octopus, somewhat smaller than the female, displaying dramatic color patterns on his skin. His body flashes through waves of dark and light, stripes racing along his arms. He is advertising his presence, announcing his intention to mate. The female responds, emerging slightly from her coconut shell den. Octopus mating is a complex behavior influenced by visual signals, chemical cues, and tactile communication. The male's color display is the opening move, a signal that he is male, that he is ready to mate, and perhaps that he is a high-quality mate worth accepting. The female's response, her own color display, communicates her receptivity or lack thereof. This female displays a pattern of light bands across her body, a signal that indicates she is willing to consider mating. The male approaches cautiously. Female octopuses are often larger and more aggressive than males. A male who is too forward risks being attacked or even eaten. He extends one arm, the hectocotylus, toward the female. This specialized arm is modified for reproduction, with a groove running along its length that will transfer spermatophores to the female's mantle cavity. The female allows the approach. The male's hectocotylus enters her mantle cavity, delivering packets of sperm. The mating lasts several minutes. During this time, both octopuses maintain skin contact, their color patterns synchronized, pulsing in rhythm. Is this communication? Coordination? Researchers are not entirely certain, but the synchronized displays suggest some form of mutual signaling is occurring. After mating, the male quickly retreats. Lingering is dangerous. Female octopuses have been known to attack males immediately after mating. This male wisely leaves, disappearing into the reef. The female returns to her coconut shell den, now carrying genetic material that will eventually develop into thousands of eggs. But that development is still weeks away. For now, she resumes her normal activities: hunting, hiding, surviving. In the weeks following mating, the female's behavior will change dramatically. She will search for an ideal den location, a place secure from predators, with good water flow, in stable temperatures. Once she finds this location, she will lay her eggs there, attaching them to the ceiling of the den with a special adhesive. She will lay tens of thousands of eggs, each one tiny, each one carefully positioned. And then she will enter the final phase of her life. The female octopus will guard her eggs for the next 5 to 7 months, depending on the species and water temperature. During this entire time, she will not leave the den. She will not eat. She will devote herself completely to the care of her developing young. She will clean each egg individually with her suckers, removing debris, preventing fungal growth. She will gently aerate the eggs by directing streams of water over them from her siphon. She will defend them from any predator that approaches. This reproductive strategy is called senescence. The octopus's body begins to break down during the brooding period. She loses weight. Her muscles atrophy. Her skin becomes pale and scarred. She is literally dying to ensure her offspring survive. By the time the eggs hatch, she will be so weak that she will die within days, sometimes within hours. Why do octopuses follow this strategy? Why sacrifice the mother for a single reproductive event? The answer lies in the nature of octopus life history. Octopuses grow quickly, reaching reproductive maturity in 1 to 2 years for most species. They face constant predation throughout their lives. Survival to old age is unlikely. Better, from an evolutionary perspective, to invest everything in one massive reproductive effort than to spread reproduction across a lifetime that will probably be cut short by predation anyway. But this strategy has a consequence. It means octopuses cannot teach their young. The mother dies before her offspring hatch. The young emerge into the world completely alone, fully formed, but with no parental guidance. Every octopus must learn everything from scratch. There is no passing down of knowledge from generation to generation, no cultural accumulation of information. Each generation starts over. And yet, despite this, octopuses are intelligent. They solve problems. They learn. They adapt. Their intelligence is not learned from parents or peers. It is innate, built into their nervous system by evolution. But it is also flexible, capable of learning, capable of adjusting to novel situations. This combination of innate capability and learned flexibility is what makes octopus intelligence so remarkable. The day octopus will mate several more times over the coming weeks with different males. Octopuses practice polyandry, mating with multiple partners. This ensures genetic diversity in their offspring. After her final mating, she will begin searching for that perfect den location where she will lay her eggs and enter the brooding phase. But for now, she is still in her prime, still hunting, still learning, still experiencing the world with her alien intelligence. In waters far from the day octopus's tropical reef, in the cold, dark waters of the North Atlantic, a different species demonstrates another aspect of octopus intelligence. This is the common octopus again, but a different population, adapted to colder water and rockier terrain. And this octopus is engaged in something that has puzzled researchers: play behavior. The octopus has found a plastic bottle floating in the water. It is trash, human pollution that has found its way into the ocean. But the octopus treats it as a toy. She blows water at it from her siphon, sending it tumbling across the sand. Then she chases it, catches it with her arms, and blows it away again. She repeats this behavior multiple times. There is no obvious benefit to this activity. It provides no food. It serves no reproductive purpose. It is, apparently, just for fun. Play behavior has been documented in many intelligent species: mammals like dolphins, primates, and dogs, birds like crows and parrots, and now, octopuses. Play is thought to serve developmental functions, helping young animals learn motor skills and practice problem solving. But play persists into adulthood in some species, and its purpose then is less clear. Some researchers suggest adult play helps maintain cognitive flexibility, keeping the brain active and adaptable. Others suggest it's simply a byproduct of an intelligent, curious mind. The octopus eventually loses interest in the bottle and moves on. She approaches a rocky area where the water is shallow and wave action is strong. Here, she demonstrates another remarkable ability. She uses the waves to her advantage. She times her movements with the surge of each wave, allowing the water motion to carry her up and over obstacles that would otherwise require energy to climb. This is not instinctive programming. It is learned behavior, developed through experience with this particular environment. Octopuses are masters of learning from their environment. They form associations between events. They remember which locations yield good hunting. They adjust their behavior based on success and failure. This is what scientists call operant conditioning, a fundamental form of learning seen in many animals. But octopuses take it further. They don't just form simple associations. They seem to understand cause and effect, to recognize patterns, to anticipate outcomes. In one laboratory experiment, octopuses were presented with a task that required them to pull a lever to open a door to reach food. Simple enough. But then the researchers added a complication. Sometimes pulling the lever would trigger a mild electric shock before opening the door. The octopuses had to learn to distinguish which trials would result in shock and which wouldn't. The cue was subtle, a small light that appeared briefly. The octopuses learned to recognize this cue and would refuse to pull the lever when the shock was coming. This demonstrates not just learning, but the ability to use conditional logic. If this cue, then that outcome. The common octopus continues her exploration of the rocky coast. She encounters a group of small crabs sheltering beneath a rock. She could attack directly, but instead, she employs a different strategy. She positions herself above the rock and begins to dig around its edges with her arms, loosening it. Then, with a coordinated effort of multiple arms, she flips the rock over, exposing the crabs. They scatter, but she is ready, her arms spread wide, catching several of them. This is strategic hunting, manipulating the environment to flush out prey. Different octopuses develop different hunting techniques. Some specialize in ambush, sitting motionless until prey comes within reach. Others actively hunt, prowling their territory, searching every crevice. Still others use lures, wiggling the tip of an arm to attract curious fish. These variations in hunting strategy are not genetic differences between species. They are individual preferences, learned behaviors, personal styles. They are evidence of culture, in the sense that anthropologists use the term, learned behaviors that vary between populations. As the octopus feeds on her captured crabs, a diver appears. The diver is a researcher, here to observe octopus behavior in the wild. The octopus sees the diver immediately. Her skin flashes through a rapid sequence of colors, alarm patterns. But the diver moves slowly, non-threateningly. The octopus watches, her large eyes tracking the diver's movements. She does not flee. She is curious. Curiosity is a hallmark of intelligence. It requires the ability to recognize novelty, the motivation to investigate it, and the cognitive capacity to learn from that investigation. Octopuses are intensely curious. In aquarium settings, they quickly become bored with unchanging environments and will investigate any new object introduced into their tanks. Some aquariums have reported octopuses unscrewing light fixtures, dismantling filtration systems, and even escaping from their tanks to explore other parts of the facility. This interaction demonstrates another aspect of octopus intelligence: individual recognition. Studies have shown that octopuses can learn to recognize individual humans and respond differently to different people. In one experiment, two people interacted with the same octopus. One person always fed the octopus treats. The other person always touched the octopus with a bristly stick, mildly annoying but not harmful. After several interactions, the octopus learned to distinguish between them and would approach the feeder while retreating from the other person. This ability to recognize individuals is remarkable because octopuses do not have the facial recognition systems that primates use. They are likely using a combination of visual features, body shape, movement patterns, perhaps even smell. Whatever the mechanism, the ability demonstrates sophisticated perceptual and memory capacities. The octopus is creating mental models of specific individuals and using those models to guide behavior. The diver eventually moves on, continuing the survey. The octopus watches the diver leave, then returns fully to feeding. The encounter has been informative for both participants. The divers gathered data on octopus behavior. The octopus has learned that this particular type of large, noisy creature is not dangerous. Both have updated their internal models of the world based on experience. Both have learned. As the day progresses, the octopus completes her feeding and begins to search for a resting spot. She finds a crevice in the rocky coast, sheltered from wave action, hidden from view. She squeezes inside, her body compressing to fit the space. Once settled, she gathers small stones and shells from around the crevice entrance and arranges them to partially block the opening. This behavior, called blocking, is common among octopuses and serves both defensive and camouflage purposes. The blocked entrance is harder for predators to spot and harder to enter. Inside her temporary shelter, the octopus settles into a resting state. Her skin shifts to match the interior rock, becoming mottled gray and brown. Her breathing slows, water flowing gently through her siphon. She is not asleep in any human sense, but she is resting, her metabolic rate reduced, her nervous system in a quieter state. And as she rests, her skin begins those mysterious flickers of color, those dreamlike patterns that scientists are still working to understand. What goes on in an octopus's mind during these quiet moments? Is it replay of the day's events? Consolidation of memories? Random neural noise? Or something entirely different? Something we cannot comprehend because we are not octopuses. The truth is, we do not know. And perhaps we can never fully know. The octopus mind is too different from ours, built on too different a foundation for complete understanding. But that doesn't mean we cannot appreciate it. We can appreciate the remarkable nature of octopus intelligence. Here is a creature that has no internal skeleton, no protective shell, no claws or teeth or armor. A creature made almost entirely of soft flesh, vulnerable to virtually every predator in the ocean. And yet, octopuses thrive in every ocean, from tropical reefs to polar seas, from shallow tide pools to the deepest abyssal plains. They thrive because they are intelligent, because they can learn, adapt, and solve problems, because they are, in their own alien way, conscious minds navigating a dangerous world. Evolution has performed an extraordinary experiment on Earth. It has created intelligence not once, but at least twice, along completely different paths, resulting in completely different kinds of minds. One path led to mammals, to primates, to humans, with our large brains and complex social lives and cumulative culture. The other path led to mollusks, to cephalopods, to octopuses with their distributed nervous systems and solitary lives and individual learning. Both paths arrived at intelligence. Both created creatures capable of learning, memory, problem-solving, and perhaps even consciousness. But the implementations are so different that octopus intelligence can seem alien to us. And that alienness, that fundamental difference, is precisely what makes octopuses so scientifically valuable. They are a window into alternative possibilities, a demonstration that intelligence is not one thing but many things, that consciousness might take forms we have not imagined. As we look to the future, octopuses have much to teach us. Researchers studying artificial intelligence have begun to look at octopus neurology for inspiration. The distributed processing of octopus nervous systems suggests architectures very different from the centralized processing of traditional computers. Imagine AI systems where computation is distributed across many semi-independent nodes, each capable of local decision-making, but coordinated for high-level tasks. This is the octopus model, and it might offer advantages for certain applications. Engineers studying robotics have also turned to octopuses. The flexibility of octopus arms, their ability to manipulate objects, their coordinated but independent control, all offer insights for soft robotics. Traditional robots are rigid, with fixed joints and limited flexibility. But octopus-inspired robots could be soft, flexible, capable of squeezing through tight spaces and adapting to irregular objects. Several labs around the world are developing such robots, using octopus biology as their blueprint. Even the octopus's camouflage system is inspiring technology. Materials scientists are working on artificial chromatophores, tiny color-changing cells that could be embedded in fabrics or surfaces. Imagine clothing that can change color to match its surroundings, or walls that can display dynamic patterns. The technology is still primitive compared to what octopuses can do, but the inspiration is clear. Nature solved these problems millions of years ago. We are only now learning to replicate those solutions. But beyond technology, octopuses force us to reconsider fundamental questions about intelligence and consciousness. What does it mean to think? Does thinking require a centralized brain? Does consciousness require a backbone, a mammalian brain structure, a social life? Octopuses answer no to all of these. They think without a centralized brain. They display intelligent behavior without the neural structures that generate intelligence in mammals. They are conscious, or at least behave as if they are, without any of the features we once thought necessary for consciousness. This has profound implications. If intelligence can arise in creatures as different from us as octopuses, then intelligence might arise anywhere. On other planets, intelligence might take forms even more alien than the octopus. It might be distributed across many bodies. It might be slow, operating on geological timescales. It might be chemical rather than electrical. The octopus teaches us to be humble about our assumptions regarding what intelligence must look like. In recent years, there has been growing recognition of octopus sentience. In 2021, the United Kingdom officially recognized cephalopods, including octopuses, as sentient beings deserving of welfare protections. This recognition was based on scientific evidence of their cognitive capacities, their ability to feel pain, and their complex behaviors. Other countries are following suit, updating their animal welfare laws to include octopuses. This is a significant shift in how we think about invertebrates and their moral status. For centuries, invertebrates were dismissed as simple, instinct-driven creatures, incapable of real thought or feeling. But octopuses have shattered that assumption. They have demonstrated that intelligence, consciousness, and perhaps even suffering can exist in bodies radically different from our own. This raises ethical questions about how we treat them. Should octopuses be used in research without consideration for their welfare? Should they be farmed for food in conditions that do not accommodate their needs? These are questions we are only beginning to grapple with. The octopus in her rocky shelter stirs as her rest period ends. She pushes aside the stones she had arranged to block the entrance and emerges into the open water. The sun is lower now, the light taking on that golden quality of late afternoon. Soon it will be evening, and the octopus will begin another hunting cycle. But for now, she simply moves through the water, exploring her environment, tasting it with her arms, experiencing it with senses we can barely imagine. She is a mind unlike any other. She is intelligence evolved along a different path. She is a reminder that consciousness, that inner experience of being, might be far more diverse than we ever suspected. In her 8-armed body, in her distributed nervous system, in her color-changing skin that can see without eyes, she carries the answer to one of the great questions of existence. Are we alone in consciousness? The answer is no. We share this planet with other minds, minds that think in ways we cannot fully comprehend, minds that have been thinking for millions of years before humans existed. And as we move deeper into the 21st century, as we grapple with questions about artificial intelligence, about machine consciousness, about whether minds can be created in silicon, the octopus stands as a biological proof of concept. Minds can be built in many different ways. Intelligence is not one architecture, but many. Consciousness might emerge wherever there is sufficient complexity and the right organization, regardless of the substrate. The octopus continues her patrol of the rocky coast. She has no knowledge of how special she is, of how much humans marvel at her abilities. She simply exists, pursuing the ancient imperatives of survival and reproduction. She hunts, she hides, she learns, she remembers, she solves problems. She experiences the world in her own unique way, through her own unique senses, with her own unique mind. In the depths of the Pacific, the giant Pacific octopus emerges from her den for the final time. She is old now, by octopus standards, nearly 6 years old, far beyond the typical lifespan of her species. She has mated months ago, and now her body is preparing for the final act of her life. She has found the perfect den, a deep crevice in volcanic rock, well protected, with excellent water flow. She has laid her eggs inside, tens of thousands of them, each one carefully attached to the ceiling of her den with a special adhesive secretion. Tens of thousands of them emerge over the course of several days, drifting up out of the den and into the open water. Most will die within hours or days, eaten by fish, jellyfish, or other predators. This is the harsh reality of octopus life. Of the tens of thousands hatched, only a handful will survive to adulthood. But those handful will be enough to continue the species. This is the strategy of our selection. Produce vast numbers of offspring and accept that most will die. The mother watches them leave. She has completed her purpose. She has passed on her genes, ensured the continuation of her species. There is nothing left for her to do. Within a day of the last egg's hatching, she dies, her body settling gently to the floor of her den. In a few weeks, she will be nothing but a few fragments of tissue, quickly consumed by scavengers and bacteria. The ocean wastes nothing. But her legacy swims on. Those few hatchlings that survive will grow. They will learn to hunt, to hide, to solve problems. They will develop their own individual personalities. They will navigate a dangerous world with intelligence and adaptability. And eventually, they will mate and lay their own eggs, continuing the cycle. The intelligence of the octopus, refined over millions of years of evolution, persists through the generations, even though no individual octopus lives long enough to teach the next generation anything. This is the paradox of octopus intelligence. It is sophisticated, flexible, capable of learning and problem-solving. Yet, it is also reinvented with each generation. There is no cultural accumulation, no passing down of knowledge, no building on the discoveries of ancestors. Every octopus starts fresh. Every octopus must learn the world anew. And yet, they succeed. They thrive in oceans around the world. They adapt to new challenges. They solve novel problems. Their individual intelligence, their capacity for learning and memory, is sufficient to navigate a complex and dangerous world. They do not need culture. They do not need teaching. They have something more fundamental: a nervous system capable of learning, a body capable of extraordinary flexibility, and instincts honed by millions of years of natural selection. The tiny octopus hatchlings drift through the water column, carried by currents into the vast open ocean. This planktonic stage will last for weeks or months, depending on the species. They are vulnerable, floating among countless other small creatures, all of them food for larger predators. But they are not helpless. Even at this tiny size, they can change colors. They can jet away from threats. They can learn from experience. One hatchling, slightly larger than the others, floats in the twilight zone of the ocean, that middle depth where some light still penetrates, but vision is difficult. She is hunting planktonic copepods, tiny crustaceans that form the base of the ocean food web. Her arms are barely a millimeter long, but already she uses them with coordination. She spreads them to create a web, catching the copepods. Her suckers, microscopically small, can already taste what they touch. She is learning which copepods are good to eat and which taste bad. A jellyfish drifts past, its tentacles trailing. The tiny octopus sees it, recognizes the danger. She jets away, putting distance between herself and the stinging tentacles. This is not learned behavior. She has never encountered a jellyfish before, but she has instinctive responses to certain visual patterns, certain shapes and movements. Evolution has pre-programmed some knowledge. Not everything must be learned. Days pass. The tiny octopus grows. She feeds constantly, her body converting copepods into octopus tissue with remarkable efficiency. Her arms lengthen, her mantle expands, her eyes grow larger, more capable, and her brain grows too, adding neurons, forming connections, becoming more capable of learning and memory. After several weeks, she begins to seek the bottom. The planktonic stage is ending. She is becoming a benthic octopus, one that lives on the seafloor rather than floating in the water column. She descends, following instinct and possibly chemical cues in the water that indicate suitable habitat below. She reaches a rocky reef in shallow water, and here she will make her home. She is now about the size of a peanut, small but no longer microscopic. She immediately begins to explore her new habitat, tasting the rocks with her suckers, investigating crevices, learning the landscape. Within hours, she has identified several potential den sites and chosen the best one, a small gap between two rocks. She squeezes inside, her tiny body compressing easily. This will be her home for the next few weeks, until she outgrows it and must find a larger den. She begins to hunt in earnest. Small crabs, tiny shrimp, juvenile fish, all are potential prey. She learns quickly which prey are easiest to catch, which are worth the effort, which to avoid. She develops preferences. She establishes routines. She is becoming an individual with her own personality, her own hunting style, her own quirks of behavior. This is the remarkable thing about octopuses. Despite having no parental guidance, despite starting life completely alone, despite having to learn everything from scratch, they develop into sophisticated individuals. Their genetics provide the foundation, a nervous system capable of learning, sensory organs capable of perceiving a rich world, a body capable of extraordinary feats. But experience shapes the details. Every octopus is unique, molded by the particular circumstances of its life. Months pass. The young octopus grows rapidly. She changes dens repeatedly, each time finding a slightly larger space as her body expands. She explores further from her den, establishing a home range. She learns the locations of the best hunting grounds. She encounters predators and learns to avoid them. She even encounters other octopuses, though interactions are brief. Octopuses are solitary, and meetings between them are usually tense affairs, with both parties quickly moving apart. By the time she is a year old, she is nearly adult size. She has survived against long odds. Most of her siblings died in the first weeks of life. She survived through a combination of luck, instinct, and individual intelligence. She learned faster than her siblings. She was bolder in hunting but more cautious with predators. She developed effective strategies and stuck with them. She is a survivor. And now, she is approaching sexual maturity. Soon, she will mate, and eventually, she will lay eggs, and she will die, just as her mother did, caring for those eggs until the moment they hatch. It is a short life by human standards. 1 to 2 years from hatching to death, perhaps 3 or 4 for larger species. But in that brief span, she will have experienced a rich and complex existence. She will have learned. She will have remembered. She will have solved problems. She will have thought in her own alien way. And that is what octopuses teach us. Intelligence does not require a long lifespan. It does not require social learning or cultural transmission. It does not require a backbone or a centralized brain or any of the other features we once thought were essential. Intelligence arises wherever it provides a survival advantage, in whatever form works for that particular species, in that particular environment. For octopuses, intelligence means flexible problem-solving in a dangerous ocean where every creature is either predator or prey, or both. It means learning quickly because life is short. It means having a distributed nervous system that can multitask, handling 8 independent probes of the environment simultaneously. It means skin that can see, and arms that can think, and a body that can transform itself to match any background. It means being simultaneously incredibly vulnerable and remarkably capable. The octopus's place in the ocean ecosystem is complex and vital. Octopuses are mesopredators, occupying a middle position in the food web. They are both hunters and hunted. They prey on crabs, shrimp, fish, mollusks, and other invertebrates. In turn, they are prey for sharks, seals, dolphins, large fish, and even some seabirds. This dual role makes them important connectors in marine food webs, transferring energy from lower trophic levels to higher ones. But their ecological importance goes beyond simple predator-prey relationships. Octopuses can have cascading effects on entire ecosystems through their hunting behavior. By controlling populations of herbivorous invertebrates like sea urchins and crabs, octopuses indirectly protect kelp forests and coral reefs from overgrazing. In some regions, increases in octopus populations have been linked to healthier reef systems. Conversely, declines in octopus numbers can lead to explosions of their prey species, with negative consequences for marine habitats. The relationship between octopuses and their prey is a constant evolutionary arms race. Crabs have evolved increasingly thick shells to resist octopus beaks. In response, octopuses have evolved more powerful beaks and drilling behaviors, using their radula to bore through shell. Some octopuses have even developed the ability to inject toxins through these drilled holes, paralyzing the crab inside its own shell. Fish have evolved faster swimming speeds and better vision to detect approaching octopuses. Octopuses have countered with superior camouflage and ambush tactics. This evolutionary dance has been going on for hundreds of millions of years. Octopuses first appeared in the fossil record around 300 million years ago, during the Carboniferous period. They evolved from shelled nautiloid ancestors, gradually losing the external shell that protected their mollusk forebears. This loss of armor forced octopuses to develop alternative survival strategies: speed, flexibility, camouflage, and intelligence. The evolutionary relationship between shell loss and intelligence in cephalopods is one of the great case studies in adaptive evolution. Without a shell, octopuses became vulnerable. But without a shell, they also became mobile, flexible, capable of exploiting ecological niches unavailable to their armored ancestors. Natural selection favored individuals who could learn quickly, who could solve problems, who could adapt their behavior to changing circumstances. Over millions of years, this selective pressure sculpted the octopus nervous system into one of the most sophisticated among invertebrates. Today's octopuses are the inheritors of this 300 million year legacy. They carry in their bodies and brains the accumulated adaptations of countless generations. Every sucker, every chromatophore, every neuron is the result of millions of years of refinement. They are, in a very real sense, perfected for their ecological role. Not perfect in any absolute sense, but optimized for survival in the specific environments where they live. Different octopus species have adapted to remarkably diverse habitats. The giant Pacific octopus thrives in cold waters of the North Pacific, growing to massive sizes. The blue-ringed octopus, tiny and jewel-like, inhabits tide pools in the Indo-Pacific, its venom one of the most potent in the animal kingdom. The deep-sea Dumbo octopus lives in the abyssal plains, thousands of meters down, where it uses ear-like fins to swim gracefully through the darkness. The mimic octopus impersonates other species with astonishing accuracy, transforming itself into lionfish, sea snakes, and flatfish depending on the threat. Each of these species represents a different solution to the challenge of survival. Each has evolved unique adaptations while retaining the fundamental octopus body plan: 8 arms, a bulbous mantle, a sophisticated nervous system. This combination of unity and diversity makes octopuses an ideal group for studying evolution, ecology, and the nature of intelligence itself. But the ocean that octopuses inhabit is changing. Human activity is reshaping marine ecosystems at an unprecedented rate, and octopuses, for all their intelligence and adaptability, face threats that evolution has not prepared them for. The most immediate threat to many octopus species is overfishing. Octopuses are prized as food in many cultures, particularly in Mediterranean, Asian, and Pacific regions. Global octopus catches have been rising steadily for decades, reaching over 350,000 tons annually. This intensive fishing pressure is unsustainable in many areas. Octopus populations can recover relatively quickly compared to fish, thanks to their rapid growth and high reproductive output. But even octopuses have limits. When fishing pressure exceeds reproduction rate, populations decline. Some octopus fisheries have already collapsed. Others are showing warning signs. In the Mediterranean, traditional octopus fishing grounds that sustained communities for generations are now depleted. Fishers must travel further and work harder to catch fewer octopuses. The octopuses they do catch are smaller on average, suggesting the population is being harvested before individuals reach full adult size. This is a classic pattern of overfishing, one that is played out with countless other marine species. Beyond directed fishing, octopuses face threats from bycatch. They are frequently caught unintentionally in nets set for other species. Deep-sea trawling, in particular, sweeps up octopuses along with everything else in its path. Several deep-sea octopus species are now considered endangered due to this accidental harvest. The roughy umbrella octopus, found only around New Zealand, has seen its population decline by an estimated 70%. It hasn't been seen since 1999, when it was a common bycatch species. It may already be extinct. Habitat destruction poses another significant threat. Coastal development, dredging, and bottom trawling destroy the rocky reefs and complex seafloor structures that many octopus species depend on. Without suitable den sites, octopuses are more vulnerable to predation and less successful at reproducing. Coral reefs, which provide habitat for numerous octopus species, are declining globally due to warming waters, ocean acidification, and pollution. As the reefs die, the octopuses that depend on them disappear as well. Pollution adds another layer of threat. Octopuses are particularly sensitive to water quality because they absorb dissolved oxygen directly from seawater through their gills. Pollution that reduces oxygen levels, even slightly, can stress octopuses and reduce their fitness. Heavy metals, pesticides, and industrial chemicals accumulate in octopus tissues, potentially affecting their health and reproductive success. Plastic pollution is especially concerning. Octopuses sometimes mistake plastic debris for food or shelter, with fatal consequences. But perhaps the most far-reaching threat facing octopuses is climate change. Ocean temperatures are rising worldwide. For octopuses, temperature is not just an environmental variable, it is a fundamental constraint on their biology. Octopuses are ectotherms, meaning their body temperature matches their surroundings. Their metabolism, growth rate, reproductive timing, and even cognitive function are all temperature dependent. Warmer water speeds up octopus metabolism. This sounds positive, but it creates problems. Faster metabolism means octopuses need more food to sustain themselves. It also means they burn through their energy reserves more quickly. For species already living in warm tropical waters, further warming pushes them toward their thermal limits. They may find themselves unable to obtain enough food to meet their increased energetic demands. Growth rates slow, reproductive success declines, populations shrink. Temperature changes also affect octopus reproduction in more direct ways. Octopus eggs develop at rates determined by ambient water temperature. Warmer water accelerates egg development. This might seem beneficial, but it can lead to premature hatching. Hatchlings that emerge too early may be smaller and less developed, reducing their survival chances. The timing of hatching may also become mismatched with the seasonal abundance of prey that hatchlings depend on. If octopuses hatch before their food is available, they starve. Research on the common octopus in Mediterranean waters has documented these effects. Over recent decades, as water temperatures have risen, octopus populations have become more variable. Some years see population booms, others see crashes. The stable populations that fishers once relied on have become unpredictable. Scientists believe temperature variability is disrupting the reproductive cycle, causing these boom and bust dynamics. If temperatures continue to rise, the busts may become more frequent and severe, eventually leading to permanent population declines. Ocean acidification compounds these problems. As the ocean absorbs carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, it becomes more acidic. This chemical change affects octopuses in several ways. Lower pH can impair octopus vision, making it harder for them to hunt and avoid predators. It can also affect their nervous system function, potentially reducing cognitive performance. And acidification impacts the prey species octopuses depend on, particularly those with shells like crabs and mollusks. As their food becomes scarcer, octopuses suffer. Despite these threats, not all news about octopuses is bad. Some octopus populations are actually increasing. In areas where their predators have been overfished, octopuses have thrived. With fewer sharks, seals, and large fish to eat them, octopus numbers have grown. This has been documented in several regions, including parts of the Mediterranean and around Japan. But these increases come with caveats. Ecosystems dominated by octopuses are often ecosystems out of balance, missing their apex predators. And octopus population booms can be as problematic as declines, leading to overconsumption of prey and ecosystem disruption. Conservation efforts for octopuses are complicated by their biology. Unlike mammals or birds, octopuses cannot be bred in captivity and released to supplement wild populations. They are too difficult to raise in large numbers. The brief lifespan means conservation efforts must focus on protecting habitat and managing fisheries, rather than rescuing individual animals. The solitary lifestyle means there are no social structures to protect, no family groups to keep together. Octopus conservation is, fundamentally, about maintaining healthy ocean ecosystems. Some regions have implemented protective measures. Size limits ensure that octopuses can reproduce at least once before being harvested. Seasonal closures protect octopuses during their breeding seasons. Marine protected areas offer refuge where octopuses can live without fishing pressure. These measures have had some success, allowing depleted populations to recover. But enforcement is challenging, and illegal fishing remains widespread in many areas. The recognition of octopus sentience adds an ethical dimension to conservation efforts. If octopuses are conscious, if they can feel pain and distress, then we have moral obligations toward them beyond simple sustainability. The United Kingdom's 2021 designation of octopuses as sentient beings was a landmark moment. It means octopuses used in research must be treated humanely. It means commercial fishing practices should minimize suffering. It means octopus welfare matters, not just as an environmental issue, but as an ethical one. This shift in perspective is part of a broader recognition that intelligence exists in forms we did not expect, in creatures we once dismissed as simple. Octopuses have forced us to reconsider our assumptions about minds, about consciousness, about the nature of thought itself. They have shown us that intelligence is not a ladder with humans at the top, but a garden with many different flowers, each beautiful in its own way. As human civilization grapples with the rise of artificial intelligence, as we create machines that can learn and adapt, and perhaps even think, the octopus offers valuable lessons. Intelligence does not require human-like architecture. A thinking system can be distributed rather than centralized. It can operate on principles completely different from those that govern human cognition. And consciousness, that subjective experience of being, might emerge in forms we haven't imagined, might already exist in creatures we haven't recognized as having it. In laboratories around the world, researchers continue to probe the mysteries of octopus cognition. Each study reveals new depths to their intelligence, new capacities we didn't know they possessed. The octopus brain, once thought to be simply a control center for hunting and hiding, has proven far more sophisticated than anyone imagined. Recent studies have focused on octopus memory, particularly the question of what exactly octopuses remember and for how long. Researchers at the Marine Biological Laboratory have been investigating the molecular basis of memory formation in octopuses. They've discovered that octopuses, like mammals, use specific genes to encode and consolidate memories. The same molecular machinery that allows you to remember yesterday operates in modified form in octopus neurons. This is remarkable, given that octopuses and mammals last shared a common ancestor over 500 million years ago. Memory, it seems, is so fundamental to intelligence that evolution converged on similar solutions in vastly different lineages. But octopus memory has unique features. While mammals typically consolidate memories during sleep, octopuses may consolidate them during those mysterious, color-changing episodes when they rest. The vertical lobe of the octopus brain shows increased activity during these periods, suggesting active processing of information. Whether this constitutes something like sleep-dependent memory consolidation, or whether it's something entirely different, remains unknown. But it's clear that octopuses are doing more during rest than simply waiting to become active again. Research into octopus problem-solving has revealed abilities that challenge our understanding of invertebrate cognition. In one recent study, octopuses were presented with a puzzle box containing food. The box required multiple steps to open, removing a plug, manipulating a latch, and pushing a door. Most octopuses solved the puzzle within a few attempts, but what was remarkable was their approach. Rather than using random trial and error, octopuses seemed to examine the box carefully before attempting a solution. They would extend arms to explore the mechanism, assess how parts moved, and then execute a coordinated solution. This suggests something beyond simple associative learning. It suggests insight, planning, perhaps even causal reasoning. Comparative studies across octopus species have revealed fascinating differences in cognitive abilities. Not all octopuses are equally intelligent. Larger species, like the giant Pacific octopus, tend to perform better on problem-solving tasks than smaller species. This correlation between body size and cognitive ability mirrors patterns seen in mammals, where larger brains generally support more complex cognition. But the relationship isn't perfect. Some small octopus species are surprisingly clever, while some larger ones are relatively simple in their behavior. Ecology matters. Species that live in complex environments, like coral reefs, tend to be more cognitively sophisticated than those in simpler environments. The mimic octopus provides a particularly fascinating case study. This species, found in Indo-Pacific waters, can impersonate over 15 different marine animals. It can flatten itself to look like a flounder. It can raise and splay its arms to mimic the spines of a lionfish. It can swim with two arms extended to resemble a sea snake. What's remarkable is that it chooses which animal to mimic based on the threat it faces. When confronted by a damselfish, which preys on small crabs, the mimic octopus impersonates a sea snake, which eats damselfish. This context-appropriate mimicry suggests the octopus understands predator-prey relationships beyond its own immediate survival needs. Research into octopus vision has overturned previous assumptions. For decades, scientists believed octopuses were colorblind based on the structure of their eyes. Yet octopuses perform remarkable color matching in their camouflage. The discovery of light-sensitive proteins in octopus skin solved this puzzle. Octopuses can see color with their entire body. But recent research suggests the story may be more complex. The shape of octopus pupils allows chromatic aberration, meaning different colors focus at slightly different distances. By adjusting their focus, octopuses might be able to detect color using their eyes after all, despite having only one type of photoreceptor. This would be a completely novel mechanism of color vision, unlike anything seen in other animals. Studies of octopus behavior in the wild continue to reveal surprising capabilities. Camera traps and long-term observations have documented octopuses using tools in diverse and sophisticated ways. Besides the famous coconut shell carriers, researchers have observed octopuses creating gardens around their dens, arranging shells and rocks, not just for protection, but seemingly for aesthetic reasons. Some octopuses have been seen playing with objects in ways that serve no obvious survival function. They juggle pebbles between their arms, toss shells back and forth, blow water at floating debris to make it move. This playful behavior, documented across multiple species, suggests octopuses possess curiosity beyond simple survival needs. Perhaps the most profound research direction involves studying octopus consciousness itself. Can we determine if octopuses have subjective experiences? Do they feel emotions? Do they have a sense of self? These questions are notoriously difficult to answer, even for animals closer to us evolutionarily. With octopuses, the challenge is even greater because their neurology is so different. Traditional markers of consciousness, like brain structures associated with awareness in mammals, don't exist in octopuses. Yet their behavior suggests rich inner lives. One approach to studying octopus consciousness involves examining their responses to stimuli that mammals find painful or distressing. Do octopuses show avoidance learning for harmful situations? Yes, clearly. Do they show physiological stress responses? Yes, with changes in color, posture, and even measurable hormones. Do they remember and avoid situations that caused harm? Again, yes. Do they seek out pleasurable experiences? Evidence suggests they do, choosing enriched environments over barren ones, exploring novel objects that provide no immediate benefit. All of this points toward consciousness, toward some kind of subjective experience of the world. But consciousness in octopuses, if it exists, might be fundamentally different from consciousness in humans. With 2/3 of their neurons in their arms rather than their brain, octopuses might experience a kind of distributed consciousness. Perhaps each arm has its own semi-independent awareness, coordinated by, but not controlled by, the central brain. Perhaps the octopus experiences the world not as a unified field of awareness, but as multiple streams of sensation that are synthesized into action. Or perhaps we're wrong to even use human terms like awareness and experience for something so different from ourselves. Research into octopus neurobiology has revealed surprising similarities to human brains, despite the vast evolutionary distance. Octopuses use many of the same neurotransmitters that humans do: dopamine, serotonin, acetylcholine. When researchers gave octopuses MDMA, a drug that increases serotonin activity and makes humans more social, the octopuses also became more social, seeking out other octopuses and touching them gently. This suggests that some aspects of social behavior might be governed by similar neurochemical mechanisms across vastly different species. It hints at deep commonalities in how nervous systems process social information. The study of octopus genetics has opened new windows into their evolution and capabilities. The octopus genome was fully sequenced in 2015, revealing surprises. Octopuses have about 33,000 genes, more than humans. Many of these genes are specific to octopuses, not found in other mollusks or indeed any other animals. These novel genes include many involved in neural function, suggesting the octopus nervous system evolved unique molecular mechanisms. Octopuses also edit their RNA extensively, making changes to genetic messages after they're transcribed. This RNA editing is particularly common in neural tissue and may allow rapid, flexible changes in neuron function. This extensive RNA editing comes with a trade-off, however. Species that edit RNA heavily tend to have slower rates of genetic evolution. It's as if octopuses, having invested heavily in neural flexibility at the RNA level, have become somewhat locked into their current genetic toolkit. This may explain why octopuses have remained remarkably similar in their basic form for millions of years, while accumulating extensive neural complexity. Evolution has been happening not in their genome, but in how that genome is expressed in neural tissue. Comparative studies between octopuses and other intelligent invertebrates have proven illuminating. Jumping spiders, for instance, also display remarkable cognitive abilities, despite tiny brains. But spider intelligence appears simpler, more rigid, more dependent on innate programming. Octopuses show far more behavioral flexibility. This suggests that neuron count alone doesn't determine cognitive capacity. Organization matters. The distributed architecture of the octopus nervous system may allow for computational efficiency that centralized systems can't match. Each of the octopus's arms can process information independently, essentially giving the octopus 8 parallel processors working on different tasks simultaneously. Research into octopus-human interaction has revealed that these relationships can be surprisingly deep. Aquarium staff who work with octopuses regularly report forming bonds with individual animals. The octopuses learn to recognize individual staff members, responding differently to familiar people versus strangers. Some octopuses seek out interaction with favorite humans, extending arms to touch them, watching them with apparent interest. Whether this constitutes friendship in any meaningful sense is debatable, but it demonstrates that octopuses can form complex associations with other species, including humans, and modify their behavior based on individual relationships. The documentary My Octopus Teacher brought octopus intelligence to global attention when it won the Academy Award in 2021. The film documented a year-long relationship between a filmmaker and a wild octopus in South African kelp forests. While some scientists cautioned against anthropomorphizing the octopus's behavior, the film sparked widespread interest in octopus cognition and conservation. It helped people see octopuses not as alien creatures or seafood, but as intelligent individuals worthy of consideration and protection. This shift in public perception has real consequences. Demand for octopus farming has increased as wild populations decline. But farming octopuses raises serious ethical questions. These are intelligent, solitary animals that require complex, enriched environments. Can they be farmed humanely? Should they be farmed at all? Spain's plan to open the world's first commercial octopus farm has met strong opposition from animal welfare advocates, who argue that confining intelligent octopuses in crowded tanks amounts to cruelty. The debate continues, with no easy answers. As we look toward the future, octopuses stand at a crossroads. Their intelligence, evolved over hundreds of millions of years, has allowed them to thrive in Earth's oceans. But that same ocean is changing faster than evolution can keep pace. The question is whether octopuses, for all their cleverness, can adapt to a world being reshaped by human activity. Some scientists are cautiously optimistic. Octopuses have demonstrated remarkable flexibility in their behavior. They can adjust to new environments, exploit new food sources, modify their hunting strategies. Their short generation times mean evolution can work relatively quickly in octopus populations compared to longer-lived species. And unlike many endangered species, most octopus species are not currently threatened with extinction. They remain abundant in many areas, adaptable and resilient. But optimism must be tempered with realism. Intelligence and adaptability have limits. If ocean temperatures rise beyond tolerable ranges, if acidification makes hunting impossible, if pollution renders entire habitats uninhabitable, no amount of cleverness will save octopuses from decline. They are, ultimately, products of their environment, dependent on the health of the ocean ecosystem. Save the ocean, and you save the octopus. Damage the ocean beyond repair, and octopuses, along with countless other species, will diminish or disappear. The story of octopus intelligence offers profound lessons for how we think about minds and consciousness in the universe. For most of human history, intelligence was synonymous with human intelligence. We measured other animals by how similar they were to us. Chimpanzees, who share 98% of our DNA and live in social groups like us, were considered intelligent. Animals that looked and acted differently from us were considered simple, driven by instinct rather than thought. The octopus demolishes this comfortable framework. Here is an animal that shares perhaps 10% of its genes with humans, an animal whose last common ancestor with us was a simple worm-like creature in the Precambrian seas, an animal whose nervous system is organized completely differently from ours. And yet, it thinks, it learns, it remembers, it solves problems. It possesses, by any reasonable definition, intelligence. This forces us to confront a humbling truth. Intelligence is not unique to humans or even to our close evolutionary relatives. It has evolved multiple times, in multiple lineages, in multiple forms. And if intelligence evolved independently on Earth at least twice, it likely evolved many more times that we haven't recognized. Perhaps in social insects, with their collective decision-making. Perhaps in trees, with their chemical communication networks. Perhaps in forms so alien to our experience that we don't even recognize them as minds. The implications extend beyond Earth. If we ever encounter extraterrestrial intelligence, it will almost certainly be fundamentally different from human intelligence. It might not even be carbon-based. It might operate on timescales vastly longer or shorter than ours. It might be distributed across many bodies or exist as a unified field. The octopus teaches us to look beyond anthropocentric assumptions. It prepares us to recognize intelligence, even when it wears an utterly alien face. The rise of artificial intelligence adds another dimension to this question. As we build machines that can learn, adapt, and perform increasingly complex cognitive tasks, we must ask, what makes a mind? Is it the substrate, the physical material that processes information? Or is it the patterns of information processing themselves? The octopus, with its distributed neural architecture so unlike a mammalian brain, suggests that minds can be built in many different ways. Silicon-based artificial intelligence might be as different from human intelligence as octopus intelligence is. But that doesn't make it any less real or worthy of consideration. Some philosophers and scientists have suggested that consciousness might be a fundamental property of the universe, arising wherever information is integrated in sufficient complexity. Under this view, consciousness is not something unique to brains, but something that emerges from the patterns of causation in any complex system. Octopuses, with their 500 million neurons organized in unique ways, certainly qualify as complex systems. If consciousness is indeed an emergent property of complexity, then octopuses almost certainly possess it, perhaps in a form we cannot fully imagine or understand. But we need not rely on speculative philosophy. The behavior of octopuses speaks for itself. They explore their environment with apparent curiosity. They solve novel problems through flexible strategies. They modify their behavior based on experience. They show signs of distress when threatened and contentment when safe. They play, they dream, or something like it. They recognize individuals and adjust their behavior accordingly. All of this points towards some kind of inner life, some subjective experience of being an octopus. What is it like to be an octopus? The philosopher Thomas Nagel famously asked, "What is it like to be a bat?" to illustrate the hard problem of consciousness. The same question applies to octopuses, perhaps even more strongly. What does it feel like to taste with your arms, to see with your skin, to have 8 semi-autonomous limbs, each thinking in its own way, to cycle through dreams painted in colors across your body? We cannot know. We can only marvel at the mystery. And perhaps that's enough. Perhaps we don't need to fully understand octopus consciousness to recognize it and respect it. Perhaps the very alienness of octopus intelligence is what makes it so valuable. It reminds us that the universe is stranger and more wonderful than our limited human perspective allows us to see. It humbles us, showing that evolution has crafted other solutions to the problem of survival, other forms of being in the world. In the end, the octopus is a gift of perspective, a gift of wonder, a gift of humility. In an age when humans often see ourselves as the pinnacle of evolution, the octopus reminds us that we are just one branch on an ancient, sprawling tree. Other branches have flourished in their own ways, developing their own remarkable adaptations, their own forms of intelligence. We share this planet with minds we cannot fully fathom. That is both humbling and exhilarating. So, as you drift off to sleep tonight, consider the octopus. Imagine her in her den, tucked among the rocks, her 8 arms curled around her, her skin flickering with mysterious patterns. Imagine the ocean around her, dark and cold and vast, teeming with life in forms beyond number. Imagine the intelligence distributed through her body, a mind unlike any we possess, thinking thoughts we cannot imagine. And remember that consciousness, that precious inner light of awareness, might shine in places we never expected. In the depths of the ocean, in bodies without bones, in creatures with 8 thinking arms. The universe is full of minds, and we are only beginning to recognize them. Sleep well, dream strange dreams, and when you wake, remember the octopus, that alien intelligence that shares our world, that reminds us how vast and mysterious and beautiful life can be. In the deep ocean, 2,000 meters down, an octopus stirs in the darkness. She extends one arm, tasting their water, sensing vibrations. She is hunting. She is thinking. She is alive in ways we can barely comprehend. And she will continue, as octopuses have for 300 million years, adapting, surviving, thinking their alien thoughts in the endless dark. The ocean breathes. The tides turn. Life continues in all its strange and marvelous forms. And somewhere in the depths, an octopus dreams. Good night. The search for understanding octopus intelligence continues in marine laboratories and research stations around the world. Scientists are developing new methods to study these creatures, new ways to ask questions that octopuses can answer. The challenge is designing experiments that respect octopus cognition on its own terms, rather than forcing octopuses to perform tasks designed for mammals. One innovative approach involves giving octopuses choices. Instead of rewarding specific behaviors, researchers present octopuses with multiple options and observe which they select. Do they prefer larger dens or ones closer to food? Do they choose complex environments over simple ones? Do they avoid objects associated with negative experiences? These preference tests reveal decision-making processes without requiring the octopus to learn arbitrary, human-imposed rules. The results consistently show that octopuses make sophisticated choices, weighing multiple factors and adjusting their decisions based on context. Field studies of wild octopuses provide different insights. By following individual octopuses over weeks or months, researchers can observe natural behaviors that never appear in laboratories. They've documented octopuses hunting in coordinated groups with fish, something once thought impossible for solitary species. The octopus flushes prey from crevices while fish wait to catch escapees. Both benefit from this unlikely partnership. How octopuses and fish coordinate without language or shared communication systems remains mysterious. But it demonstrates behavioral flexibility beyond what laboratory studies suggest. Long-term studies have also revealed that octopus behavior changes with experience in ways that suggest cumulative learning. Older octopuses hunt more efficiently than younger ones. They make fewer mistakes, waste less energy, show better judgment about which prey to pursue. This improvement could be simple. Maturation, the brain developing with age. But observations suggest it's more than that. Octopuses appear to learn from each hunting attempt, refining their technique through practice. They accumulate knowledge, becoming more skilled hunters as they age. This experiential learning, without teaching or cultural transmission, is the essence of individual intelligence. Genetic studies are revealing how octopus intelligence evolved at the molecular level. Researchers have identified genes specific to cephalopods that appear involved in neural development and function. Some of these genes regulate how neurons connect and communicate. Others affect the flexibility of neural circuits, allowing rapid learning. Still others are involved in RNA editing, that peculiar trait where octopuses modify their genetic messages after transcription. This RNA editing is particularly extensive in neural tissue and may allow octopuses to fine-tune neuron function in response to environmental conditions. It's a form of molecular intelligence, genes adapting in real time to optimize brain performance. The evolution of octopus intelligence can be traced through the fossil record, though incompletely. Octopuses, being soft-bodied, rarely fossilize, but occasional specimens preserved in fine sediments reveal the history of these animals. The oldest octopus fossils date to the Carboniferous period, over 300 million years ago. These ancient octopuses were similar to modern ones in basic body plan. They had 8 arms, a mantle, and a beak, but they were smaller and simpler. Over millions of years, octopuses diversified and grew more complex. Their nervous systems expanded. Their behavior became more sophisticated. By the time humans appeared, octopuses had already been thinking for hundreds of millions of years. This deep evolutionary history raises profound questions. If octopuses have been intelligent for so long, why haven't they developed technology? Why no octopus civilization? No tools beyond simple shells and rocks? No cumulative culture? The answer lies in their biology and ecology. Octopuses are solitary. They don't teach their young. They live briefly, and they live underwater, where fire is impossible, and many materials behave differently than in air. Human technology depends on cumulative culture, on generation after generation, building on previous knowledge. Octopuses, starting fresh each generation, cannot accumulate knowledge this way. Their intelligence is individual, not collective, brilliant within a single lifetime, but unable to compound across generations. Yet this limitation also reveals something important about intelligence itself. Intelligence does not inevitably lead to technology or civilization. Those are specific human expressions of intelligence, shaped by our particular biology and social structure. Octopus intelligence serves different purposes. It allows rapid learning within a short life. It enables flexible problem solving in a variable environment. It supports sophisticated hunting and predator avoidance. This is sufficient for evolutionary success. Octopuses don't need technology. They've survived for hundreds of millions of years without it. The study of octopuses has implications for how we search for intelligence beyond Earth. If life exists on other planets, it may be radically different from terrestrial life. It might be silicon-based instead of carbon-based. It might use different solvents than water. It might have completely alien biochemistry. And if intelligence arises there, it might take forms we cannot imagine. The octopus prepares us for this possibility. It shows that intelligence can evolve in bodies and brains utterly unlike our own. It demonstrates that consciousness might wear many faces, some of them unrecognizable to human eyes. Astrobiologists studying potential life on Europa, Jupiter's ice-covered moon, often invoke octopuses as terrestrial analogs. Europa's subsurface ocean, heated by tidal forces, might harbor life in permanent darkness. If intelligence evolved there, it might resemble octopuses more than humans, creatures adapted to darkness, relying on chemical sensing and touch rather than vision. Creatures with distributed nervous systems, flexible bodies, sophisticated camouflage. The octopus is our window into what alien intelligence might look like. Not because extraterrestrials would be octopus-shaped, but because octopuses demonstrate that intelligence can evolve along pathways radically different from the mammalian route. Back on Earth, in the here and now, octopuses face an uncertain future. Climate change, overfishing, pollution, and habitat destruction all threaten their populations. But they also demonstrate resilience. Some octopus populations are expanding into new territories as ocean temperatures change. They're adapting their reproductive timing to match shifting seasonal patterns. They're exploiting new food sources as traditional prey becomes scarce. This flexibility, this capacity to adjust, is the hallmark of intelligence. It offers hope that octopuses might navigate the challenges ahead. Conservation efforts for octopuses face unique challenges. Unlike charismatic mammals, octopuses don't inspire immediate sympathy from the public. They're invertebrates, often seen as primitive or alien. They're also economically valuable as seafood, creating tension between conservation and fishing interests. And they're difficult to study, requiring specialized equipment and expertise. Funding for octopus research is limited compared to research on mammals or even fish. Yet the scientific community increasingly recognizes octopuses as worthy of study and protection, not just for their own sake, but for what they reveal about intelligence, evolution, and consciousness. International cooperation will be essential for effective octopus conservation. Many octopus species migrate across national boundaries. They inhabit international waters. Their populations are affected by global phenomena like climate change and ocean acidification. No single nation can protect them alone. Successful conservation requires coordinated action, shared data, and common standards. Some progress has been made. Regional fisheries management organizations increasingly consider octopus populations in their planning. Marine protected areas provide refuges where octopuses can live without human pressure. Research networks share data on octopus ecology and behavior, but much more is needed. Education plays a crucial role in octopus conservation. Most people know little about octopuses beyond their 8 arms and ability to change color. They don't know about octopus intelligence, about their complex behaviors, about their sophisticated nervous systems. They don't know that octopuses can learn, remember, and solve problems. Changing this ignorance could transform how people view octopuses. Instead of seeing them as sea creatures or seafood, people might see them as the remarkable intelligences they are. This shift in perception could build public support for conservation measures, for sustainable fishing practices, for research funding. Schools and aquariums are key venues for this education. Children who watch octopuses solving puzzles, changing colors, exploring their tanks, often experience wonder. They ask questions. They want to understand. This early exposure can foster lifelong interest in marine biology and conservation. Aquariums that prioritize octopus welfare, providing enriched environments and respecting their intelligence, serve as models for ethical treatment. They demonstrate that even in captivity, octopuses deserve consideration as sentient beings, not mere exhibits. The ethics of keeping octopuses in aquariums remains controversial. Critics argue that intelligent, solitary animals suffer in captivity, unable to express natural behaviors in confined spaces. Proponents counter that well-designed exhibits with enrichment can provide acceptable welfare while educating the public. The truth likely lies between these extremes. Some octopuses in some aquariums probably live acceptable lives. Others suffer from inadequate care. The solution is not blanket condemnation or blanket approval, but careful attention to individual welfare, continuous improvement in husbandry practices, and honest assessment of whether the educational benefits justify the costs to animal welfare. Research using octopuses faces similar ethical considerations. Historically, invertebrates received little regulatory protection in research settings. They were not covered by animal welfare laws that protected vertebrates. Researchers could do with octopuses what they wished, with no ethical oversight. This is changing. The recognition of cephalopod sentience has led to new regulations. In the European Union and United Kingdom, cephalopods now receive protections similar to vertebrates. Experiments must be justified. Pain must be minimized. Alternatives must be considered. This represents progress, though enforcement varies, and many countries still lack such protections. The question of octopus suffering is particularly complex. Do octopuses feel pain in the way mammals do? Almost certainly yes. They have nociceptors that respond to tissue damage. They show avoidance learning for harmful stimuli. They produce stress hormones when injured. All evidence suggests they experience something akin to pain. But do they suffer emotionally from captivity, from confinement, from boredom? This is harder to determine. Octopuses kept in barren tanks show signs of distress, repetitive behaviors, self-harm, lethargy. Those in enriched environments appear healthier and more active. This suggests psychological needs beyond simple physical welfare. Octopuses need stimulation, novelty, challenge. Providing these in captivity is possible, but requires effort and resources. The future of octopus research will likely involve less invasive methods and more sophisticated technology. Satellite tagging can track octopus movements without confining them. Underwater cameras can observe natural behavior without disturbance. Non-invasive brain imaging might eventually reveal neural activity in freely moving octopuses. Genetic techniques can study octopus biology without harming individuals. These approaches respect octopus welfare while advancing scientific understanding. They represent a new paradigm, research that serves both knowledge and ethics. As we move deeper into the 21st century, the story of octopuses will continue to unfold. New species will be discovered, particularly in the deep sea where much remains unexplored. New behaviors will be documented, revealing further depths to octopus intelligence. New technologies will allow researchers to ask questions currently beyond reach. And new threats will emerge, requiring vigilance and action to protect these remarkable creatures. But through all of this, the fundamental wonder of octopuses will remain. They are, and will continue to be, minds unlike any other we know. They are, and will continue to be, reminders that intelligence is not a human monopoly, but a diverse phenomenon evolved in many forms. They are, and will continue to be, windows into alternative possibilities, into other ways of being conscious and alive. The octopus's relationship with humanity has evolved dramatically over the course of history. Ancient peoples knew octopuses well, living as they did along coastlines where these creatures were common. Minoan frescoes from Crete, painted 3,500 years ago, feature detailed octopus imagery. Greek pottery depicted octopuses with remarkable accuracy. Pacific Islander cultures developed intricate knowledge of octopus behavior, passed down through oral traditions. These cultures recognized octopuses as clever, as worthy of respect, as more than simple animals. Aristotle, writing in the 4th century BCE, described octopus behavior with surprising insight. He noted their ability to change color, their intelligence in hunting, their tendency to jet ink when threatened. He recognized that octopuses were somehow different from other sea creatures, though he lacked the conceptual framework to articulate why. Modern scientists, reading Aristotle's descriptions, find them remarkably accurate. Even without microscopes or neural imaging, careful observation revealed much about octopus capabilities. In many cultures, octopuses became symbols of mystery because they could appear and disappear as if by magic, of transformation because they changed color and shape, of intelligence because they demonstrated problem-solving that impressed observers. Japanese art frequently depicts octopuses, sometimes reverently, sometimes humorously, always with a sense of their unique nature. Polynesian mythology includes shape-shifting octopus gods. These cultural representations suggest humans have long sensed something special about octopuses, even when they couldn't explain what. Modern scientific study of octopuses began in earnest in the 19th century. Marine biologists dissecting octopuses were astonished by their neurological complexity. Here was an invertebrate with a nervous system rivaling many vertebrates in sophistication. Early researchers dismissed this as anomalous, an evolutionary dead end. Mollusks were supposed to be simple. Snails and clams served as models of primitive neural organization. Octopuses didn't fit the pattern. Rather than questioning the pattern, scientists questioned the octopus, viewing it as an exception that proved the rule. The 20th century brought growing recognition of octopus intelligence. Laboratory studies in the 1950s and 60s demonstrated learning and memory capabilities that surprised researchers. Octopuses could learn to navigate mazes, distinguish shapes, remember solutions to puzzles. They performed as well as rats on many tasks, despite having completely different brain structures. This forced a reevaluation. Perhaps intelligence was not the exclusive domain of vertebrates after all. Perhaps evolution had crafted multiple solutions to the problem of complex cognition. The 21st century has seen an explosion of octopus research. Advances in neuroscience, genetics, and behavioral ecology have enabled questions impossible to ask previously. Researchers can now record from individual octopus neurons during behavior. They can manipulate genes to understand their functions. They can track wild octopuses using sophisticated tags. They can model octopus neural networks computationally. Each new technique reveals additional layers of complexity, additional evidence of sophisticated cognition. Simultaneously, public awareness of octopus intelligence has grown dramatically. Viral videos of octopuses escaping from tanks, solving puzzles, or changing colors reach millions of viewers. Documentaries bring octopus behavior into living rooms worldwide. books exploring octopus cognition become bestsellers. This cultural moment represents a shift in human consciousness. We're beginning to see octopuses not as alien creatures or seafood, but as fellow intelligences sharing our planet. This recognizing carries obligations. If octopuses are conscious, if they can suffer, then we must consider their welfare in our actions. The seafood industry faces particular challenges in this new context. Octopus has long been a delicacy in many cuisines. Mediterranean, Asian, and Pacific cultures have traditions of octopus consumption going back millennia. But eating octopus takes on different ethical dimensions when we recognize them as intelligent. Some people, upon learning about octopus cognition, choose to stop eating them. Others continue, but advocate for more humane treatment before slaughter. Still others reject the premise, arguing that intelligence shouldn't determine which animals we eat. These debates will intensify as evidence of octopus sentience accumulates. Commercial octopus fishing operates at industrial scale in many regions. Boats using specialized traps and pots harvest thousands of tons annually. Most fishing is unregulated or minimally regulated. Octopuses are caught regardless of size, often before reaching reproductive maturity. This is unsustainable. While octopus populations can recover quickly compared to fish, unlimited harvest will eventually deplete even the most productive populations. Some fisheries have already collapsed, others teeter on the edge. Without management, octopus fishing may follow the same path as cod, tuna, and countless other overexploited species. Proposals for octopus farming as an alternative to wild capture have met fierce resistance. Farming could relieve pressure on wild populations. It could provide consistent supply for markets. But farming intelligent solitary animals in crowded tanks raises profound welfare concerns. Octopuses in farms would live in conditions utterly unlike their natural habitat. They would have no space, no enrichment, no opportunity for natural behaviors. The suffering this would cause might be immense. Animal welfare organizations have called for bans on octopus farming. The debate continues, balancing economic interests against ethical obligations. Sustainable wild fisheries offer a middle path. With proper management, octopus populations can sustain harvest while maintaining ecosystem health. Size limits ensure animals reproduce before capture. Seasonal closures protect spawning aggregations. Area restrictions prevent overfishing in critical habitats. These measures work when enforced. Several regions have successfully managed octopus fisheries for decades. The challenge is extending these successes globally, ensuring all octopus fisheries operate sustainably. Beyond fishing, octopuses face threats from activities they have no way to comprehend or avoid. Coastal development destroys habitat. Shipping traffic introduces noise and pollution. Offshore oil extraction contaminates waters. Military exercises using sonar disorient marine animals. Climate change alters ocean chemistry and temperature. These cumulative impacts stress octopus populations in ways difficult to quantify, but impossible to ignore. Protecting octopuses requires addressing these broader threats to ocean health. Marine protected areas represent one of the most effective conservation tools. By excluding fishing and other extractive activities from critical habitats, MPAs allow populations to recover and ecosystems to heal. Studies consistently show higher octopus abundance inside protected areas compared to surrounding fished zones. These protected octopuses grow larger, reproduce more successfully, and export offspring to adjacent areas. The protected areas serve as nurseries and refuges, maintaining healthy populations that can sustain limited fishing elsewhere. Expanding the global network of marine protected areas should be a conservation priority. Citizen science offers unexpected opportunities for octopus conservation. Divers and snorkelers encounter octopuses regularly. When they photograph and report these sightings, the data helps scientists track populations and distributions. Apps and websites allow anyone to contribute observations. This crowdsourced data has revealed octopus populations in unexpected places, documented range expansions, and tracked abundance changes over time. Citizen scientists become ambassadors for conservation, sharing their wonder at octopus intelligence with broader audiences. This grassroots engagement complements professional research, democratizing science and building public support for protection. The interconnection between octopus welfare and ocean health cannot be overstated. Healthy oceans support healthy octopus populations. Degraded oceans see octopus declines. This makes octopuses indicator species, barometers of ecosystem condition. Monitoring octopus populations provides early warning of environmental problems. Declining octopuses signal broader ecosystem stress. Thriving octopuses indicate healthy, productive waters. This utility as indicators gives octopuses additional conservation value beyond their intrinsic worth. Looking forward, the future of octopuses depends on choices humanity makes today. We can continue current trajectories, allowing overfishing and habitat destruction until populations crash. Or we can change course, implementing protections and sustainable practices before it's too late. The choice seems obvious. Yet making the right choice requires overcoming powerful economic interests, changing ingrained habits, and prioritizing long-term sustainability over short-term profit. This is difficult, but not impossible. We've succeeded with other species. We can succeed with octopuses too. In coastal waters around the world, octopuses go about their daily routines, unaware of the scientific attention they receive, oblivious to the philosophical questions they inspire. They hunt, they hide, they mate, they die. Each individual lives its brief life according to ancient patterns, yet each individual is unique. This paradox, the combination of innate programming and individual learning, makes octopuses endlessly fascinating to researchers. They are simultaneously predictable and surprising, following general behavioral rules while improvising specific solutions. Consider a young common octopus establishing her territory in a Mediterranean reef. She emerged from the planktonic stage several months ago and has been learning her environment ever since. She knows every crevice within her home range, every rock, every coral head. She has learned which locations yield the best hunting, which paths allow quick escape from predators, which dens offer the most security. This knowledge was not inherited. Her mother died before she hatched. Every bit of this environmental understanding she acquired through exploration and experience. She built a mental map of her world through trial, error, and observation. Her daily routine reflects this learned knowledge. She emerges from her den in late afternoon as the sun begins to lower. First, she checks the immediate vicinity, ensuring no predators lurk nearby. Then she begins a circuit of her territory, visiting productive hunting spots in a sequence she's refined over weeks. This is not random wandering. She moves purposefully from location to location, remembering which spots she visited recently and which she hasn't checked in several days. This spatial memory and planning suggests sophisticated cognitive mapping. the kind of ability once thought exclusive to mammals with large brains. At one rocky outcrop, she pauses and extends her arms into multiple crevices simultaneously. This parallel processing is unique to octopuses. Each arm can search independently, tasting with its suckers, feeling for prey, making autonomous decisions about whether to pursue promising signals. The central brain receives updates, but doesn't micromanage. It's as if she has 8 different search teams working simultaneously, each with its own limited autonomy, but all coordinated toward the common goal of finding food. This distributed cognition allows efficiency, impossible for animals with centralized nervous systems. One arm finds a crab hiding deep in a crevice. That arm's neurons process the information. Yes, this is prey. Yes, it's reachable. Yes, pursue. The arm begins to extract the crab without waiting for explicit commands from the brain. The other arms continue their independent searches while this unfolds. When the crab is secured, the catching arm brings it to the mouth while the other arms maintain their exploration. The octopus is literally multitasking in ways humans cannot, her distributed nervous system allowing genuine parallel processing of multiple complex tasks. As she continues hunting, she encounters another octopus, a male, crossing through her territory. Immediately, both animals display complex color patterns. These patterns are not random. They convey information: species identity, sex, size, aggressive intent, or lack thereof. In seconds, through this visual language, they communicate. The male is not interested in mating at this moment, merely passing through. The female accepts this, though she displays briefly to assert her territorial claim. The male acknowledges with his own display and moves on. The entire interaction takes less than a minute, but it demonstrates sophisticated social cognition in supposedly solitary animals. This kind of octopus-to-octopus interaction, though brief, requires several cognitive abilities. Visual recognition of another individual as an octopus, not some other animal. Interpretation of color patterns as communication signals. Appropriate response based on context. Aggressive when territory is genuinely threatened. Tolerant when passage is harmless. Memory of past encounters with this specific individual, if they've met before. All of this happens rapidly, with no apparent deliberation, suggesting well-developed neural circuits for social processing, even in solitary species. The female octopus continues her evening hunt. She approaches an area where small fish often gather at dusk. Rather than rushing in, she positions herself carefully, using her camouflage to blend with the rocky bottom. Her chromatophores adjust to match the substrate perfectly. Her papillae rise to mimic the rough texture. She becomes indistinguishable from the surrounding rock. And then she waits. Patience. This too is a form of intelligence, the ability to delay gratification, to wait for the optimal moment rather than acting impulsively. Fish begin to arrive, small damselfish seeking shelter for the night. They swim past the disguised octopus, completely unaware of the danger. The octopus watches, tracking their movements with her large eyes. She is calculating, choosing her moment. When a fish ventures close enough, she explodes into motion. 8 arms spread wide in a flash, creating an inescapable net. The fish is caught, the ambush successful. This hunting strategy, combining camouflage and patience and explosive action, represents the integration of multiple cognitive and physical abilities into effective predation. After feeding, she moves to a different area. one she hasn't visited in several days. This rotation of hunting grounds prevents overexploitation of any single area. Whether she does this consciously, understanding resource depletion, or whether she's simply following an instinct to vary her routine, remains unclear. The behavior works regardless of its underlying mechanism. It ensures sustainable harvest of prey populations and demonstrates, at minimum, behavioral flexibility that promotes long-term success. As full darkness falls, the octopus encounters something novel. A plastic bottle, recently discarded, drifting along the bottom. She investigates cautiously, extending one arm to touch it. Her suckers taste the plastic, detecting chemicals that evolution never prepared her for. The bottle is neither food nor predator, neither threat nor opportunity. After a few moments of exploration, she loses interest and moves on. This curious behavior, investigating novel objects for no immediate gain, suggests an exploratory drive, a motivation to learn about the environment beyond immediate survival needs. Throughout human history, we have underestimated animal intelligence. We assumed consciousness required language, that thought required human-like brains, that emotions required mammalian neurology. One by one, these assumptions have fallen as we studied animals more carefully. Corvids solve complex puzzles. Elephants demonstrate self-awareness. Cetaceans use sophisticated communication. And octopuses, those 8-armed intelligences from deep evolutionary time, challenge our assumptions most fundamentally. They prove that minds can be built in radically different ways and still achieve sophisticated cognition. This recognition transforms how we must think about intelligence in the universe. If intelligence evolved independently on Earth at least twice, in lineages as different as vertebrates and cephalopods, it may be common throughout the universe. Wherever life faces challenges that reward flexibility, learning, and problem-solving, intelligence might emerge. But that intelligence might look nothing like human intelligence. It might be distributed rather than centralized. It might operate on different timescales. It might use different sensory modalities. The octopus prepares us for this possibility, showing that intelligence is not one thing, but many things, united by function, but diverse in form. The implications for artificial intelligence are equally profound. As we develop machine learning systems and neural networks, we tend to model them on human brains. We assume centralized processing, hierarchical organization, sequential operations. But the octopus suggests alternative architectures might be equally or more effective for certain tasks. Distributed processing systems, where multiple semi-autonomous agents work in parallel toward common goals, might outperform centralized systems in complex, dynamic environments. Swarm intelligence, where simple agents following simple rules produce sophisticated collective behavior, mirrors how octopus arms coordinate. The octopus is not just a biological curiosity, but a blueprint for alternative computational architectures. Robotics engineers studying octopus movement have developed soft robots that can squeeze through tight spaces, manipulate irregular objects, and adapt to complex environments. These robots use distributed control systems inspired by octopus neurology. Rather than a central controller sending detailed commands to each actuator, each segment has local intelligence that responds to its environment while coordinating with neighboring segments. This approach proves more robust and adaptable than traditional robotics, especially in unstructured environments where pre-programming is impossible. The octopus, perfected by evolution over hundreds of millions of years, offers solutions to problems human engineers are only beginning to tackle. Materials scientists studying octopus skin have made equally impressive advances. They've developed artificial chromatophores that can change color in response to electrical signals. Arrays of these artificial cells, embedded in flexible materials, can create dynamic camouflage or display patterns. Military applications are obvious. Clothing that adapts to surroundings, vehicles that blend into terrain. But medical applications may prove more valuable. Bandages that change color to indicate infection. Implants that monitor healing through color changes. Diagnostic tools that visualize internal processes. The octopus's camouflage system, evolved for survival, may revolutionize human technology. Yet, even as we study octopuses, seeking to understand and emulate their remarkable capabilities, we threaten their existence through our actions. This paradox is not unique to octopuses. We study and admire many species, even as we drive them toward extinction. The difference with octopuses is that we're beginning to recognize them as conscious beings, as minds worthy of moral consideration. This recognition creates obligations. We cannot continue to treat intelligent, conscious creatures as mere resources without ethical consequence. The question is whether recognition will arrive in time, whether we'll change our behavior before octopus populations decline irreversibly. Some researchers believe we stand at a crucial moment in humanity's relationship with non-human intelligence. For the first time in history, we have scientific evidence that consciousness exists in forms radically different from our own. We can no longer pretend that minds are unique to humans or even to mammals. The octopus has forced us to expand our moral circle, to recognize consciousness in creatures that look and act nothing like us. How we respond to this recognition will say much about humanity's moral development. Will we extend protection and consideration to other minds? Or will we continue exploitation despite knowledge of suffering? The answer remains uncertain. The female octopus completes her evening hunt and returns to her den. She has been successful tonight, capturing several fish and 2 crabs. Her stomach is full. She arranges the rocks blocking her den entrance, creating a secure barrier. Inside, she settles into rest, her arms curled around her body, her skin matching the interior rock. Soon, her skin begins those mysterious color changes that scientists have documented in sleeping octopuses. Dark waves ripple across her mantle. Bars of light pulse along her arms. She cycles through patterns associated with hunting, hiding, exploring. Is she dreaming? We cannot know with certainty, but the evidence suggests something resembling dreams occurs during these episodes. Neural activity in her vertical lobe, the learning and memory center, increases during color change episodes. The patterns correspond to waking behaviors, and perhaps most tellingly, octopuses with more complex life experiences show more complex sleeping color changes. Those kept in enriched environments with varied experiences display more varied sleeping patterns than those in barren tanks. This suggests the brain is processing experiences, consolidating memories, integrating new information with old. Whether this constitutes dreaming in any meaningful sense remains debatable, but it is clearly more than random neural noise. What would octopus dreams be like? If we could somehow experience them, would we recognize them as dreams? They would likely be rich in tactile sensation, in taste information from suckers, in proprioception from 8 flexible arms. Visual imagery might be present, but perhaps not dominant. Emotional content, if octopuses have emotions in any recognizable sense, might color the dreams. Fear from predator encounters, satisfaction from successful hunts, frustration from failed attempts. But trying to imagine octopus dreams is perhaps futile. They are likely as alien to human experience as octopus cognition is to human cognition. The octopus stirs from her rest period and emerges into the pre-dawn ocean. This is another prime hunting time, as nocturnal prey retreat to dens and diurnal prey have not yet emerged. In this transition period, careless animals become vulnerable. The octopus has learned to exploit these transitions, timing her activity to match the rhythms of the reef. This temporal awareness, this understanding of daily cycles and their implications for prey availability, demonstrates another dimension of octopus intelligence. They don't just know where to hunt, but when to hunt. She moves through the reef with confidence born of familiarity. This is her territory, learned over months of exploration. She knows its geography, its inhabitants, its rhythms. This environmental knowledge represents significant cognitive investment. The information must be acquired through experience, organized in memory, maintained against forgetting, and applied flexibly to guide behavior. All of this happens in a brain smaller than a walnut, distributed across a body plan alien to vertebrate organization. Yet it works. The octopus thrives through intelligence, through learning, through memory. She is proof that effective cognition requires neither large brains, nor long lifespans, nor social groups. As dawn breaks over the ocean's surface, far above the octopus's reef, the world of humans awakens to another day. Most people will never encounter an octopus in the wild. Most will know them only as images on screens, subjects of documentaries, items on restaurant menus. Yet the octopus continues its existence independent of human awareness, pursuing its ancient patterns, thinking its alien thoughts. This disconnect between octopus reality and human perception creates both challenges and opportunities for conservation. People protect what they value. Making people value octopuses requires helping them see what scientists see: sophisticated intelligence, remarkable adaptability, intrinsic worth. Educational initiatives play crucial roles in shifting public perception. Aquariums that create naturalistic octopus exhibits, where visitors can watch these animals solving puzzles, changing colors, demonstrating intelligence, help bridge the gap between scientific understanding and public awareness. Documentary films that follow individual octopuses, revealing their personalities and capabilities, create emotional connections. Books and articles explaining octopus neurology, behavior, and ecology inform readers about why these creatures matter. All of these efforts contribute to a cultural shift underway, a growing recognition that octopuses are special, deserving of consideration and protection. This cultural shift faces resistance from multiple directions. Economic interests dependent on octopus fishing oppose regulations that might reduce catches. Cultural traditions of octopus consumption resist ethical arguments about eating intelligent animals. Scientific conservatism hesitates to attribute consciousness to invertebrates, despite mounting evidence. Overcoming these barriers requires patience, evidence, and persuasion. It requires demonstrating that octopus protection serves human interests as well as octopus welfare. Healthy ocean ecosystems, of which octopuses are integral parts, benefit humanity through fisheries, climate regulation, and biological resources. Protecting octopuses means protecting oceans, which ultimately protects humans. The octopus's contribution to scientific understanding extends beyond neurology and behavior. Medical researchers study octopus wound healing, which proceeds with remarkable speed and efficiency. The mechanisms involved might inform treatments for human injuries. Octopus venom, particularly from blue-ringed octopuses, contains compounds that affect neural signaling. Understanding these compounds could lead to new painkillers or treatments for neurological disorders. The octopus immune system, different from ours but equally effective, offers insights into alternative immune strategies. Every aspect of octopus biology holds potential lessons applicable to human medicine, biotechnology, and materials science. But beyond utilitarian justifications, octopuses deserve protection for their own sake. They are living beings with their own experiences, their own forms of consciousness. They have existed for hundreds of millions of years, surviving mass extinctions that destroyed countless other species. They have evolved remarkable capabilities through natural selection, operating over deep time. They represent a unique branch of the tree of life, unrepeatable experiments in how to build intelligence. Their extinction would impoverish the universe, eliminating forever a particular kind of mind. This intrinsic value, independent of human benefit, provides the strongest ethical foundation for octopus conservation. The philosophical implications of octopus intelligence continue to reverberate through academic discussions about consciousness, cognition, and the nature of mind. Philosophers who once dismissed animal consciousness as impossible now must contend with octopuses. Neuroscientists who thought consciousness required specific brain structures found in mammals must explain how octopuses, lacking those structures, nonetheless display conscious behavior. Cognitive scientists who assumed intelligence required certain computational architectures must account for octopus intelligence arising from completely different architectures. The octopus forces revisions to fundamental theories about what consciousness is and where it can occur. Some philosophers argue octopuses provide evidence for functionalism, the view that mental states are defined by their functional roles rather than their physical implementations. Under this view, consciousness arises from certain patterns of information processing, regardless of whether that processing happens in mammalian neurons, octopus neurons, or potentially even artificial systems. Octopuses and humans both solve problems, learn from experience, navigate complex environments, respond to threats and opportunities. These functional similarities might indicate similar mental states, despite vastly different neural hardware. This perspective supports the attribution of consciousness to octopuses and potentially to other systems, biological or artificial, that implement relevant functions. Other philosophers emphasize the differences, arguing that octopus consciousness might be so alien to human consciousness that comparison becomes meaningless. Perhaps there is no fact of the matter about whether octopus experiences resemble human experiences. Perhaps consciousness comes in fundamentally different varieties, each specific to the organism possessing it, each incomparable to others. Under this view, we can acknowledge octopuses as conscious without claiming to understand what their consciousness is like. We can recognize their moral status without presuming to know their subjective experiences. This humility about the limits of human understanding might be the most appropriate stance toward octopus consciousness. Regardless of philosophical debates, the practical reality remains. Octopuses behave in ways that suggest rich inner lives. They demonstrate preferences, make choices, learn from experience, remember past events, anticipate future outcomes. They show what appears to be curiosity, investigating novel objects and situations. They display what appears to be playfulness, manipulating objects for no apparent survival benefit. They exhibit what appears to be problem-solving intelligence, trying different approaches until finding successful solutions. Whether these behaviors arise from consciousness in any human-like sense, they certainly arise from something worthy of our respect and consideration. The octopus on her Mediterranean reef completes another day of survival. She has hunted successfully, avoided predators, maintained her den, explored her territory. She has processed countless bits of sensory information through her sophisticated nervous system. She has made hundreds of decisions, from where to move, to what to eat, to when to hide. She has experienced her world through senses we can barely comprehend, tasting with her arms, seeing with her skin, feeling the ocean's subtle vibrations through her entire body. She has thought octopus thoughts, whatever those might be. And tomorrow she will do it all again. This is the reality of octopus existence: brief, intense, intelligent. Each individual octopus lives for just a few years, yet packs those years with learning, experience, and sophisticated behavior. They do not accumulate knowledge across generations. They do not build upon their ancestors' discoveries, but they solve problems anew each generation, demonstrating that intelligence can flourish even without cultural transmission. They are proof that individual learning, individual intelligence, individual consciousness can be sufficient for successful survival in a complex world. As humans look to the future, considering how to coexist with artificial intelligence, how to preserve Earth's biodiversity, how to understand consciousness in all its forms, octopuses offer valuable lessons. They teach us that intelligence is diverse, that consciousness takes many forms, that minds can be built in radically different ways. They remind us to look beyond our assumptions, to recognize sophistication in unexpected places, to respect forms of being that differ from our own. They demonstrate that evolutionary time has explored many solutions to the challenges of survival, and that we've only begun to understand the diversity of these solutions. The ocean covers 70% of Earth's surface. Its depths remain largely unexplored, its inhabitants mostly unknown. Octopuses are among the few deep-sea dwellers we've studied extensively. What other intelligences might inhabit the abyss? What other forms of consciousness might exist in environments we cannot easily access? The octopus hints at possibilities we've barely begun to imagine. It suggests that Earth's biodiversity includes not just diversity of form, but diversity of mind. Consciousness evolved along multiple pathways, intelligence wearing many faces. Preserving this diversity matters profoundly. Each species represents millions of years of evolutionary refinement, a unique solution to survival's challenges. Each extinction eliminates forever one of these solutions. With intelligent species like octopuses, extinction means more than losing a species. It means losing a form of consciousness, a way of experiencing the world, a kind of mind that evolved independently over deep time. The universe becomes poorer, less diverse, less interesting with each such loss. We have both moral and practical reasons to prevent these extinctions. The path forward requires multiple approaches working in concert. Scientific research to better understand octopus biology, behavior, and ecology. Conservation measures to protect populations and habitats. Sustainable fishing practices to allow harvest without depletion. public education to build awareness and support, policy changes to recognize octopuses as sentient beings deserving legal protection, international cooperation to address threats that cross boundaries. All of these elements must work together, coordinated efforts serving common goals. Individuals can contribute to octopus conservation in many ways, making informed choices about seafood consumption, avoiding octopuses from unsustainable fisheries, supporting organizations working to protect marine environments, participating in citizen science programs that document octopus populations, advocating for stronger regulations on fishing and pollution, educating others about octopus intelligence and the importance of their conservation. Every action, however small, contributes to the larger effort. Collective action by many individuals can achieve what isolated efforts cannot. The story of octopuses is still being written. New discoveries continue to reveal unexpected depths to their capabilities. New technologies enable questions previously impossible to ask. New conservation initiatives offer hope for protecting populations. The outcome remains uncertain, dependent on choices made today. Will future generations inherit oceans still populated by octopuses, still graced by these remarkable intelligences? Or will they inherit depleted oceans where octopuses survive only in diminished numbers or not at all? The answer depends on us. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, remember the octopus. Remember that consciousness exists in forms beyond human experience. Remember that intelligence evolved not once, but many times, in many different ways. Remember that we share this planet with other minds, other ways of being conscious, other forms of experiencing existence. This knowledge should inspire wonder, it should inspire humility, and it should inspire commitment to protecting the diversity of life and mind that makes Earth so extraordinarily special. The octopus swims through dark water, 8 arms flowing like thoughts made visible. She is hunting, learning, experiencing. She is consciousness, wearing an alien form. She is intelligence, evolved along a different path. She is a mind unlike your mind, yet a mind nonetheless. She is one octopus among millions, yet she is unique, irreplaceable, valuable in her own right. She will live her brief life with grace and intelligence, and when her time comes, she will give everything for the next generation, ensuring that octopus intelligence continues as it has for hundreds of millions of years. May we prove worthy of sharing a world with such remarkable creatures. May we protect the oceans that sustain them. May we recognize in them consciousness deserving of respect. May we ensure that octopuses continue to swim through Earth's oceans, thinking their ancient alien thoughts for millions of years yet to come. Sleep well, knowing the octopus continues her vigil in the deep. Dream of 8-armed intelligence moving through dark water. Dream of minds unlike yours, yet minds nonetheless. Dream of the ocean's mysteries and wonders, and wake tomorrow with renewed commitment to protecting all forms of consciousness, all expressions of intelligence, all the diverse and beautiful ways that life has learned to think. The tides continue their eternal rhythm. The ocean breathes, and in the depths, an octopus dreams. Good night. The morning sun rises over coastal waters around the globe, illuminating oceans where octopuses have lived for longer than most species have existed. In every ocean, in every climate, from polar seas to tropical reefs, octopuses pursue their ancient patterns. They hunt with intelligence honed over hundreds of millions of years. They hide using camouflage perfected by natural selection. They solve problems with flexible cognition that adapts to novel challenges. They live brief, intense lives filled with learning and experience. They are, collectively, one of evolution's great success stories. And individually, each octopus is a mind, a consciousness, an intelligence worthy of wonder. In a kelp forest off the California coast, a giant Pacific octopus emerges from her den as morning light filters through the kelp fronds. She is 6 years old, ancient by octopus standards, living far beyond typical lifespan. She has seen thousands of tides, weathered storms, evaded countless predators. She has learned her environment with thoroughness born of long experience. Every rock, every kelp plant, every crevice within her extensive territory is known to her. She has developed hunting techniques refined over years of practice. She has personality traits that distinguish her from other octopuses. Cautious but curious, methodical in her hunting, particular about her den arrangements. She is an individual, shaped by genetics but defined by experience. This octopus has encountered humans regularly throughout her life. Divers visit this kelp forest frequently, observing its inhabitants, photographing its residents. She has learned to recognize several regular divers, responding to them differently than to unfamiliar humans. With familiar divers, she is relaxed, sometimes extending arms to touch them, apparently curious about these strange, air-breathing visitors. With unfamiliar divers, she is cautious, maintaining distance, ready to retreat if they approach too closely. This discrimination between individuals demonstrates sophisticated recognition memory and behavioral flexibility. She has learned from experience who is safe and who might be threatening, adjusting her responses accordingly. One particular diver, a marine biologist who has been studying this population for 3 years, has developed something resembling a relationship with this octopus. The researcher has documented the octopus's behavior, tracking her movements, recording her hunting success, noting her interactions with other octopuses. Over time, the octopus has become habituated to the researcher's presence, seeming to recognize that this particular human poses no threat. She sometimes approaches the researcher voluntarily, exploring the camera equipment with her arms, apparently curious about these strange objects. Whether this constitutes anything like friendship is debatable, but it clearly represents mutual recognition and adjusted behavior based on repeated positive interactions. This kind of cross-species relationship, though unusual, provides windows into octopus cognition impossible to achieve through purely laboratory studies. In natural environments, behaving naturally but accommodating human observation, octopuses reveal capabilities and behaviors that captivity might suppress. They demonstrate problem-solving in real-world contexts. They show social dynamics that laboratory isolation prevents. They display the full range of their sensory and cognitive abilities in service of actual survival needs. Field studies complement laboratory research, each approach offering insights the other cannot provide. The giant Pacific octopus, after her morning hunt, returns to her den with prey, a large crab and several fish. She arranges these carefully, consuming some immediately and storing others. This food storage behavior, documented in several octopus species, suggests planning for future needs. The octopus forgoes immediate consumption to ensure food availability later. This requires the cognitive ability to anticipate future states, to imagine being hungry later, to value future benefit over immediate gratification. These are sophisticated cognitive capacities, markers of what psychologists call episodic future thinking. The fact that octopuses demonstrate such thinking, despite their evolutionary distance from mammals, where it's been best studied, suggests it may be a common feature of advanced cognition, regardless of neural architecture. As the octopus settles in her den, arranging her body comfortably, her life cycle approaches its final phase. She has mated several months ago, accepting a male during one of the brief encounters that characterize octopus reproduction. Now, hormonal changes are beginning to drive her toward the brooding behavior that will consume her final months. Soon, she will stop eating. She will stop leaving her den. She will devote herself entirely to egg care, cleaning them, aerating them, protecting them until they hatch. And then she will die, her purpose fulfilled, her genes passed to the next generation. This reproductive strategy, brutal in its finality, has profound implications for octopus intelligence. Because octopuses do not survive to teach their offspring, because each generation starts over with no parental guidance, octopus intelligence must be largely innate. The basic cognitive architecture, the capacity to learn, the instincts that guide initial behaviors, all must be genetically specified. Only the details, the specific environmental knowledge, the particular hunting techniques, are learned through individual experience. This places constraints on octopus cognition. They cannot develop culture in the human sense. They cannot accumulate knowledge across generations. But what they can do, what they've evolved to do brilliantly, is learn rapidly within a single lifetime, acquiring the knowledge needed to survive in their specific environment. Researchers studying octopus genetics have identified genes that appear to specify this learning capacity. Genes that control neural development, creating brains capable of plasticity. Genes that regulate neurotransmitter systems, enabling flexible behavioral responses. Genes involved in memory formation, allowing experience to shape future behavior. These genes are octopus innovations, sequences that evolved specifically in the cephalopod lineage. They represent evolution's solution to a specific problem: how to create intelligence that works without teaching, that emerges anew in each individual, that functions effectively within a brief lifespan. The solution evolution found is distributed intelligence. Rather than concentrating all cognitive processing in a central brain, octopuses distribute processing throughout their nervous system. Each arm contains enough neurons to handle complex tasks independently. The skin contains light-sensitive cells that enable direct response to visual stimuli. The suckers contain chemoreceptors that allow immediate taste-based decisions. This distribution allows parallel processing, multiple tasks handled simultaneously, rapid responses to multiple stimuli. It's an architecture well suited to the challenges octopuses face: hunting mobile prey, evading multiple predators, navigating complex three-dimensional environments. In deeper waters, far below the kelp forest, another octopus faces different challenges. This is a deep-sea octopus, living at depths where sunlight never penetrates, where pressure would crush most organisms, where food is scarce and predators are adapted to darkness. This octopus belongs to the Serrata order, the Dumbo octopuses, named for ear-like fins that give them a resemblance to the Disney character. These octopuses have adapted to deep sea life in remarkable ways, developing bioluminescence, pressure-resistant physiology, and specialized sensory systems for detecting prey in complete darkness. Deep-sea octopuses face cognitive challenges different from their shallow water cousins. Finding food requires searching vast, empty spaces where prey is rare. Mating requires locating partners in the darkness where visual signals don't work. Navigating requires moving through three-dimensional space with few landmarks or reference points. Yet, deep-sea octopuses succeed, demonstrating intelligence adapted to extreme environments. They use chemical cues to track prey over long distances. They employ bioluminescent signals for communication. They navigate using techniques that remain poorly understood, but clearly work effectively. Studying deep-sea octopuses presents enormous challenges. They live at depths difficult and expensive to access. They're rarely encountered and harder to study than shallow water species. Bringing them to the surface for study typically kills them due to pressure changes. Studying them in situ requires sophisticated remotely operated vehicles and specialized equipment. Yet these studies are important, revealing how octopus intelligence adapts to extreme environments, how cognitive abilities evolve in response to specific ecological challenges. Recent technological advances have enabled unprecedented access to deep-sea environments. High-definition cameras on ROVs capture detailed footage of deep-sea octopus behavior. Pressure-resistant samplers can collect specimens for genetic analysis without the damage that surface collection causes. Autonomous underwater vehicles can follow octopuses over extended periods, documenting movement patterns and behavior. These technologies are revealing a deep-sea world far more complex and interesting than previously imagined, populated by creatures including octopuses whose intelligence adapts them to extreme conditions. The diversity of octopus species, over 300 currently recognized, represents millions of years of evolutionary radiation into different ecological niches. Each species is a unique experiment in octopus design, optimized for specific conditions. Some species, like the blue-ringed octopus, evolved potent venom for hunting and defense. Others, like the mimic octopus, evolved extraordinary behavioral mimicry. Still others, like the coconut octopus, evolved specialized tool-using behaviors. This diversity demonstrates evolution's creativity, the many ways natural selection can modify a basic body plan to suit different environments and lifestyles. Yet all octopuses share fundamental features: 8 arms, a soft body, sophisticated nervous system, remarkable sensory capabilities. These common features reflect their shared ancestry, the basic octopus design established hundreds of millions of years ago. Upon this foundation, evolution has built enormous variation, adapting octopuses to nearly every marine habitat, from tide pools to abyssal trenches. This combination of unity and diversity makes octopuses ideal subjects for evolutionary studies, illustrating how shared ancestry constrains while natural selection innovates. As human civilization progresses through the 21st century, our relationship with octopuses and the ocean generally will determine their future. We have the capacity to protect octopuses through marine reserves, sustainable fishing, pollution control, climate action. We also have the capacity to drive them to extinction through overfishing, habitat destruction, climate change, ocean acidification. Which path we choose depends on decisions made today, policies implemented now, behaviors changed immediately. The octopus's fate lies substantially in human hands. Whether we prove wise enough to protect them remains to be seen. The evidence suggests growing awareness of what's at stake. More countries are recognizing cephalopod sentience in their laws. More fisheries are implementing sustainable practices. More marine reserves are being established. More research is being funded to understand octopus biology and ecology. These positive developments offer hope, but they remain insufficient relative to the scale of threats octopuses face. Much more is needed. Stronger regulations, better enforcement, greater public engagement, increased research funding, expanded conservation efforts. Individual actions matter in this context. Every person who chooses sustainable seafood contributes to conservation. Every person who supports marine conservation organizations helps protect habitat. Every person who educates others about octopus intelligence builds awareness. Every person who advocates for stronger environmental protections influences policy. Collective action by millions of individuals can achieve transformative change. The question is whether enough people will act, and whether they'll act soon enough to make a difference. The story of octopuses is a story of intelligence emerging from unexpected places. It is a story of consciousness taking alien forms. It is a story of evolution exploring alternative solutions to survival's challenges. And it is, ultimately, a story still being written. Its ending not yet determined, dependent on choices we make today about how to share this planet with other minds. In oceans around the world, octopuses continue their ancient existence. They hunt, they hide, they think their inscrutable thoughts. They are the same creatures that inhabited Cambrian seas, yet they are constantly evolving, adapting to new challenges, exploring new possibilities. They are ancient and modern, familiar and alien, understood and mysterious. They are, above all, remarkable. As we close this exploration of octopus intelligence, remember that these creatures are not abstractions or concepts. They are real beings, living real lives, experiencing real joys and struggles. Every octopus hatched is an individual mind emerging into existence. Every octopus that dies is consciousness extinguished. The magnitude of what octopuses represent, the profundity of their intelligence, the mystery of their consciousness, all of this deserves our respect, our protection, our wonder. The ocean is vast, but not infinite. Its resources are abundant, but not unlimited. Its resilience is remarkable, but not invincible. How we treat the ocean and its inhabitants, including octopuses, will determine what future generations inherit. We can leave them an ocean still populated by these remarkable creatures, still graced by their intelligence. Or we can leave them an ocean depleted and degraded, where octopuses survive only as shadows of former abundance. The choice is ours to make. So sleep tonight with thoughts of the octopus. Dream of eight-armed intelligence flowing through dark water. Dream of consciousness wearing alien forms. Dream of minds that think thoughts unlike your thoughts, yet thoughts nonetheless. And wake tomorrow with renewed appreciation for the diversity of life and intelligence that makes Earth so extraordinarily precious. The octopus waits in the deep, patient and eternal. Tomorrow she will hunt again. Tomorrow she will think again. Tomorrow she will continue the ancient work of being an octopus, as her ancestors have done for hundreds of millions of years, as her descendants will do for millions of years to come, if we prove wise enough to protect them. Good night. Sleep well. The octopus watches over the ocean's mysteries, thinking her alien thoughts, a consciousness unlike yours, but no less real, no less valuable, no less worthy of existing in this shared world.